Hello, everyone, and welcome to this awesome, super amazing meeting of the community, the steering community for the Vegan Collective Intelligence. And we're going to be covering some really cool topics today. Welcome, Amira, with the vegan flag. Welcome to everyone. I would say that let's cover kind of introductions and hellos and brief personal updates first, and then get all connected that way. And then let's jump into some interesting topics, perhaps led by a synthesis of what we discussed in the social club at the end of this world meeting from earlier today. We'll do a quick synthesis of that to build off of that, as well as jump into whatever topics we want, including the survey. And there's just a bunch of interesting stuff in the works. So any comments on general structure or agenda before we jump into introductions and updates? All right. I want to give folks who haven't introduced themselves on this medium before to an opportunity to introduce yourselves if you want. And by the way, in these meetings, part of the culture of these meetings is there is never any pressure for anyone to speak at any time about anything. Speaking is always voluntary, no pressure, and etc. So there's no obligation. Anyway, and then if you've already introduced yourself, either last week or the week before, a brief update. Hey everyone, is absolutely welcome. I'll set the example. Jamin Shively, super happy to be here. And on to the next person.
Darminder Gordon, same. Super happy to be here. On to the next person.
Hey, I'm Benjamin. Very grateful to be here.
Hi, I'm Ray Kowalczyk. Happy to be here.
And this is Ann Mitchell. Also continuing to make pancakes while on the call, almost done.
Hi, I'm Carrie Ho from Prescott, Arizona, and cooking dinner. This is my time to cook dinner, but I'm glad to be here. You're my favorite people.
Thank you so much, Carrie. Wonderful.
Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne. Also very happy and grateful to be here. I know we'll get into this later, but I've been working with Ray on the survey and Basecamp and getting people into the groups that they want to be in. So I'm excited to dive into that later.
And thank you so much for doing all that, Suzanne. Go ahead, Nancy. You're on mute. You're muted, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy Posnick. I'm in Baltimore. I don't remember how to get rid of that outer space, but I keep it there because I do move around a lot and do stuff, so it's less distracting. And I went to Vegan World 2026 the second time, and it's really just a dynamic, amazing weekend and meeting so many great people. And it's takes kind of vegan advocacy to a whole different level, because even though it starts with environment, it really encompasses all of the things that are involved in going vegan, with ethics at its core. And I was just thinking how ethics is really at its core of life, period, not just with what we eat, but how important it is to bring something that's so intimate and so pervasive in our planet and our lives in alignment with the ethics that we all already have, which kind of makes going vegan a slam dunk. It seems like it's really going to happen, and it better happen soon. All right, that's enough.
Beautiful, Nancy. Thank you so much. All right. And I want to read from Amira. Amira tuning in from Mesa, Arizona. Still cooking too, so she's right there with you, Carrie. Vegan and animal rights activist. Thank you so much for being here, Amira. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Shankar.
Shankar from Greenbelt, Maryland, or DC area, if you may call. I heard about the Vegan 2026, and I met Silesh Rao in the Animal Rights Conference for first time. And I've been watching the seminars or webinar and also the videos of all of you. But I got the chance to come to that event, and I almost met most of you in person. It was an awesome experience. And cheers to all the team for every bit of the effort we all put in together. And I'm so excited for the outcome, and I'm for the goal. I'm for the handling the task. I love all the mechanism of bringing it to make it happen. I love that. So, and I'm more want to be the engine to process, to perform, to achieve the target or goal or whatever we set. Thank you.
Beautiful, Shankar. Thank you so much. All righty. Well, I think one way or another, we've covered everyone. Is that accurate? Yeah. Okay. So jump in anytime, anyone. And sometimes we might get a queue of people, in which case just type your name. I'll just set the example. You go to the chat window, see how I just typed in Jamin. That means Jamin's in the queue, okay? So feel free to add yourself to the queue. And then after people talk, say someone talks for 2 or 3 minutes, anyone feel free to jump in at that point with a quick follow-on. You understand what I'm saying? You don't need to get into the queue for that. But if you want to, if you want to go on for 2 or 3 minutes about a topic or whatever, and we have a soft ceiling of 5 minutes. It's not a hard ceiling. You can go for longer than 5. Anyway, you get the point. Just kind of reiterating for folks. Sarah, welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Great to see you. All right, we are recording, and we're about to do, Sarah, did you want to just say hello, a quick hello to everyone and a quick update?
Hey, everybody. How are you? Quick update is that we did a Jane Unchained Voice America radio show. Jamin, do you remember that when we did the Voice America radio show in
heck
Phoenix?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we did one yesterday with Jane and our Shop for Rescues. We went cruelty free, of course, and my boss told the story of how he went vegan, and he was crying, and everybody was calling in crying, and it was very emotional. So yeah. And also, that's going into the new system of Vegan World 2026. So we talked about that. And I'm in the airport, so I won't be on so long, but I'll be back on after I land because it's not a very long flight.
Wonderful. Sarah, so good to see you. Oh my goodness.
I can't figure out how to get this San Francisco Gold Bridge out of my background. It's driving me crazy.
Well, I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, so as far as I'm concerned, leave it up.
Okay. It's just kind of funny every time I see it. Okay. I'm going to put myself on mute because I'm at the airport.
Very good. Thanks so much. Thank you.
There's an up arrow next to your stop video button, and it includes choose a virtual background.
All right, beautiful. Let's now transition to a recap of what we talked about on the first 3 hours and 40 minutes of our meeting earlier today on the Social Club at the End of This World, so named by Dr. Silesh Rao, to whom I am so grateful for bringing us all together. Thank you, Silesh. So on the Social Club, we talked about essentially uniting the different topic spaces and the different movements that all ultimately will need to cooperate and co-integrate together for the big transition and the big transformation of life on Earth, of which veganism is a part and arguably the heart and the center of the whole, right? It's certainly foundational. It's certainly a must, right? It's certainly the highest priority by virtually any measure. And at the same time, there's a paradox, which is, okay, vegans of the world, we also need to, in some way, shape, or form, make room for and integrate with the other movements, the other solutions, like SRM, solar radiation management, which is the only way to cool the planet in time in the face of the exponential overheating that we're experiencing right now, right? So the two need to coexist, and actually, why not work together, right? And actually form two of the pillars, all of which must be ultimately integrated, again, with veganism at the heart, at the core. But really, I make the analogy of an orange that kind of has these natural sections. It's one whole, and it kind of has these natural sections in which to sort of, I guess, in a way, compartmentalize certain of the solutions. I mean, SRM is kind of its own thing, way out in left field, right? That kind of doesn't have a lot in common with veganism, right? It's kind of more of a techie thing, whereas veganism is more a thing of the heart and love and compassion and caring and holistic and all that. SRM is holistic. It's a very specific part of the whole of the solution set. Anyway, I kind of feel like I'm talking a lot. I'm going to go on mute, see if anyone wants to jump in. No one's in the queue, so it's totally fair game. Go ahead, Ray. Jump on in. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I thought that was a perfect segue into talking about veganism as an ism amongst other isms that deal with systemic oppression. One of the things that veganism does is let you take a look at the systems that cement this violence into our society, and recognize that there's a lot of the same mechanisms that are maintaining other isms like racism and sexism and ableism and all these different movements that all operate independently. And obviously, at some point, there's going to be a synergy between these different movements. And we need to envision what that looks like and facilitate as much as we can. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that have perspectives on that, including you mentioned a scientific tech ism that we can expand to. There's also environmentalism as part of that, where we recognize that the Earth has life that is oppressed. Whenever environmentalism is wherever it exists, there's some sort of a oppression that's happening to some part of our natural systems.
Beautiful, and actually different from sections of an orange. Per what you're talking about, Ray, I'm just envisioning things overlapping, right? Because veganism and environmentalism, right? Show me a vegan who's not an environmentalist, okay? So, in a way, vegans are like a proper subset of environmentalists, but they're just like the ultimate environmentalists, shall we say, right? And then heavy overlap with all the above and SRM-ism, the SRM-ists like myself, solar radiation management, right? And then there's a bunch of others. There's holistic land management, right? There's collective intelligence. There's social, racial, ethnic, religious, and any other, for lack of a better word, division or segmentation of humanity. Could be young and old, could be gender, could be, you name it. But the transformation, healing, and justice in all those realms and departments, right? To bring us all together, right? Anyway, that's, another pillar, right? I'm just kind of rattling off pillars here. Other pillars, feel free to just jump in and name them, all right? And then pass the talking stick, right? If you gotta, let's just kind of flesh out this list of the different sections of the orange of global transformation that we see as vital. Go ahead, just jump in if you got one.
Well, I just wanted to say that I come to this through the environmental aspect simply because of my job, and that's Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance. And I find it fascinating because I was a vegetarian before I got that job, just because I was protesting corporate agribusiness many years ago. And it's just, what I find fascinating is like kind of backtracking and seeing like what brought everybody to become a vegan or to get into the vegan world, and see how we can identify and bring that message to others so that we can, obviously build our coalition or our movement. Even among the environmentalists that I work with, I get a lot of pushback, and I just find that very interesting. And of course, I watch Cowspiracy, and I completely understand where the pushback comes from, and the animal agriculture and all of this stigma that goes along with it, along with people just saying, I don't want to give up my hamburgers, I could never do that. But I think it's just, I think it's very interesting that the rate of denial within the solutions, I guess, when you take it to the next level of when you're addressing climate change, and then you come to the solutions. I have a speaker that does a really interesting program on why we disagree on climate change, and he says it's not so much about we disagree on the problem, we disagree more on the solutions. So I just wanted to give that feedback.
No, in fact, that's, oh, go ahead, Dharmendra, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just speaking of pillars, I tend to think of things as a horizontal, a vertical, and a left to right pillar. And I think when I think of veganism, I think of it right in the middle, going straight ahead into the future. And that's the only way we're going to get into the future. So I think of that as the pillar from front to back. And then the pillar that goes left to right, which is kind of our breadth, I think is where all these slices of the oranges come in. It's all the different areas where life can become upgraded. And from SRM to holistic land management to, well, veganism being one of those along that horizontal spread in our breadth. But then also the vertical, which is kind of my expertise, having to do with all of it has to sort of be connected to a center. Because if you don't have a center in a wheel with all the spokes, the wheel doesn't work. The center is what allows a wheel to rotate around itself and move things where you'd like them to go. And so that's how, it's just the three-dimensional, three pillars. I see it very much like, the space-time continuum we're all a part of. And on the vertical pillar, we're all, veganism is a step up. It's like we're going vertically up. Just by becoming vegan, you're lightening your frequency and you're removing harmfulness from your actions, which already, ups your frequency and moves you up the vertical pillar, and moves you, and then depending on how much you want to get into activism or any other dimension of climate healing and environmental, positive impact and those kind of things, then you move forward into our future, the future that humanity isn't in yet. It may not be in for who knows how long, but you already start to take that direction. And then obviously the left and the right has to do with how wide is your reach, how many different, areas of upgrading life on planet Earth can you participate in realistically. So I just throw that in just for fun. That's how I see the pillars.
Beautiful, Dharmendra. Goodness, thank you so much. In Carrie, just a quick follow-on. Here's an example of a follow-on. I'm not in the queue, but I'm going to follow on what Carrie said a couple minutes ago about, focusing on the solution. One of the main conclusions we reached in our previous multi-hour meeting today was to focus on the solution. And so the sign that Anne really digs says three things at the top. Climate change is real. So is the solution. Which side are you on? Right? And then on the flip side of the sign, have either some representation of that overall solution, right? Whatever that may look like, and it may be multifaceted. You know, these are big signs we're talking about, like 3 feet wide by 4 feet tall. We've got a special stand that this amazing woodsmith put together. Anyway, it's really beautiful stuff. So I'll be wearing a fireman uniform, actually, a vintage fireman uniform, and you know, broadcasting these messages and telling the story and inviting people to join the collective intelligence, like personal invitations. Join us. We need you here, right? And in the various, you know, subgroups, topic groups that we've been spending a lot of time on lately, and for very good reason, because that's what really helps our, you know, our collective brain to grow in an organized way into these different topic areas, right? From ending subsidies for animal agriculture to veganism and health and nutrition and diet and, you know, all the myriad topics. Welcome, Bern. Welcome back. Bern just joined us. So we're deep into some vegan focus here, Bern. And so, but also, you know, in the context of the bigger picture of all the myriad parts of it. And love what you said, Dharmendra, about, you know, this being the center, right? This is the heart, this is the soul, the spirit. And so anyway, love everything, and I love you all. Going on mute.
Yeah, can I go ahead? Yes. Yeah.
Please do. Please do. Sure.
Yes. See, this is one of the thing always I was pondering. Like I kind of try to observe the cultures or anything, even habits, or it could be from anything. Like, for example, even a new car or something, the design, there is some kind of optimization or some kind of point where it kind of makes a recurring habit. So it could be observed as a long term in a culture, or even the roads getting optimized, the traffic travels, and even though there is some way that people all take one route just for the preference sake, it could be optimizing or some kind of comforting or whatever reason. So I've seen what I was trying to do is, yes, so there are solutions, and nobody's going to follow 100% exact solution, but there is a path of how we can twist it to the comfort, or how we can twist it to the habit. I've seen much wearing the vegan lens, and the diet industry have seen, like, for example, they say, hey, it's really low calories if you're eating a whole foods, just eat whatever you want. You will still say, like, you won't go with more high calorie food or something. I've seen people giving results. Same thing I've seen with in terms of land use, or the life overall getting simplified, like not you're like. And I have seen this with the cultures doing fasting, or from India, probably I've seen a little bit, like how people they simplify, and that simplification gives the results. So I want to kind of intertwine, or there is an aspect about everybody, unknowingly they can be vegan. That is where I'm coming. Like in a day, like for example, see now a couple of my friends are talking about Dunkin' Donuts, some kind of Beyond Sausage, and the person who wants to try that, and it is simple. I said, I'm so happy you're trying that because you don't have to eat meat. I'm so happy to hear that. So that's what I was like, something is already in the habit. How I can, for example, people who drink milk, oh, I got this problem of this, some kind of lactic or something, or they're like allergy, but they're still okay with the plant-based milk. I'm glad it works for you.
Lactose intolerant. Lactose intolerant.
Yes, and they're like, since then I'm drinking only almond milk. I'm so happy you're doing that. I'm glad. So like that, a lot of things falls in the place where by default, by habit, they don't have to think, and the options are vegan. And so I'm still making observation. Probably I will observe enough to prepare a list so that which can later turn into a commercial habits. So it's that habit. It's okay to be lazy, but in that lazy you make a good choice. That's what I want.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, I'm a living example of that, a relatively recent vegan, and I like eating these hamburger patty substitutes that are vegan. I admit it, hey, and I put ketchup and, good vegan condiments, and I just kind of, anyway, it works for me. Maybe it's just a transition thing. But anyway, great point.
Just want to add one point. Like some of the shops, or maybe India, I have done this. Like I used to tell them for example, soy milk. It's a little bit thicker, especially for the chai. I go and give them a sample and say, can you just try this? Can you keep in shelf? It has a good shelf stability than the normal milk. Can you please use it? Some of them tried, and we even gave free for some people, like so that they could try, so that it get into their habit, and it creates a market demand. And whenever I go to any shops, any coffee shops, I ask, do you have plant-based milk? Do you have plant-based? I keep asking that, and if they feel like, okay, we will keep it next time. And they want to hear that, like, do you have almond milk? Do you have this? So that I see the examples all of you gave, or that example, but I'm thinking in terms of my lifestyle or somebody's lifestyle, how this can sneak through, and it can be like so the choice is plant-based, either if it's a garment, clothes, or anything. So there is something we are not choosing, that animal-based, because some people they don't care, like they just like the what you call, so much addicted to their habits, they keep doing what they want. And the same thing, I have some of the interaction, environmental people whom I had, one person whom I confronted, they were trying to tell me how good the beef is, because you can use it for grazelands, and it's like all these ruminants, animals, they help, and it's okay, they grow fast. And I was like, no, you have to still think more, you're only seeing from one dimension. And they're like, no, it's okay, you don't have to do other things, but can't you stick with beef? I said, like, no, it doesn't work that way. You have to see from all the sides, and it's not compassion. And I was like, what would be the alternative for them? How they can be, yes, they're going to understand at some point, but the loss is there. So I think I will make enough observation. I'm just lining up my thoughts to understand what are the things that people are comfort. It could be drinks, or it could be anything from the lifestyle, from the day start to until they go to the bed. These are the things that people can unknowingly make a choice of vegan, and how that can go into the marketplace.
Beautiful. Thank you, Shankar. Thank you. Thank you. All righty. Well, as the Vegan Collective Intelligence, okay, Ray's got his hand up, and I also want to encourage at some point for Suzanne to, or maybe Ray and Suzanne, to go over the questionnaire, the survey, and the kind of the chunking out, the natural chunking out for all the things that Shankar is talking about and all the topics across the spectrum. Anyway, I'll go on mute. Take it away, Ray and Suzanne.
As I was listening to Shankar, I'm an activist as well as a human being. So I'm kind of listening on two different levels, and the activist is always going, these products aren't actually vegan as such, because vegan isn't an adjective, it's a noun. You are vegan. Vegan is an understanding, and it has a very clear definition because somebody coined the term at a very specific time in 1944, and it had to do with the addressing the suffering of animals. So as we engage our culture that has this word vegan has become to mean so many different things, that activist part of me says there is actually no such thing as a health vegan, because your health is your own, and you're making a decision that isn't external to yourself. So it's anthropocentric in a sense. It's not, doesn't have anything to do with the animals other than your own human animal. And it's not to say that you can't collect them all. That, I think this is the most important thing, that any time somebody engages any form of veganism that I've described, it's an opportunity to get in touch with that compassion and realize, even if you've been doing it for your health, to look back and go, wow, I haven't been eating animals all this time. How do I feel about that? And a lot of activists are really concerned about the rate of recidivism of people who have become vegan and then quit. And I tend to look at it as an opportunity, as something to watch and pay attention to, because if somebody became vegan for some reason that we don't know, and they quit being vegan for some reason that we don't know, we can, as we watch the movement grow, we can see that there are less reasons to not be vegan. So there's a progression that those people who have tried and failed, or tried and quit, one statistic said that there's 5 times as many people that have tried vegan than that are currently vegan. In my mind, that's a tidal wave of 10% of people ready to join the 2% as soon as their reason why they couldn't be vegan is removed. And most of them are social. Most of them are this feeling that you're doing something so radically out of the box in contradictory to the lifestyle that you've grown up with. That's all changing. So I tend to ignore that activist voice for a lot of times and say, yeah, the celebrity vegans are doing a great job of normalizing the word. We've got an animal agriculture industry that wants to brand us as eco-terrorists. It's kind of hard to brand Miley Cyrus as an eco-terrorist, right? So the more that it becomes normalized, the more it just benefits in so many different ways. And being very specific about the definitions is less and less important. But I was waiting for the moment when Shankar revealed that he is a compassionate person and an ethical vegan, and it came. So I was happy to hear that.
Beautiful, beautiful. We got Nancy in the queue, but before that, any quick responses?
I do. So I live in a rural conservative community, cowboy country, so to speak. And what I've learned is, like the wait staff and people that are, like, when you eat out, when you say vegan, they think it's vegetarian. Like a lot of people don't even know what vegan even means. So that's an interesting challenge too. So I think that speaks along those lines, is helping to get the public to have a better understanding of what it really does actually mean, food-wise as well as ethically. So it's a holistic lifestyle.
I'm also interested, Carrie, is there's also the social aspect of when you try to order something vegan in one of these restaurants in a rural area, how much are they interested in complying to try to find something for you? Because I noticed that's something that's changed, that if I was at a spaghetti restaurant, they had barely anything that was vegan on the menu, but they were so determined to find something for me. And it was so nice to see that this cultural idea that we could all be better. Our restaurants could be better. Our serving staff, like in that particular case, really shone through and showed that they have compassion for people who have compassion for animals.
Right. I think it just varies on the restaurant. And, more often than not, I feel, and I want to not feel this way anymore, but, I don't, sometimes I don't even say that I'm vegan. I just say that I can't have dairy or meat, because especially in the sauces, it's completely lost on the servers. And so then they're like, well, let me check with the chef. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like, so I get like, I feel like I'm a burden. And so, that's a whole shift. And when there's comment cards, I definitely, please ask for more vegan options. And I did want to say that with my organization for Earth Week, we're going NASCA, which is the acronym. Our whole program is going to be plant-based. I was so excited that the whole coalition was on board because we're theming it for solutions, and because I don't want to come across too strong or everybody gets totally freaked out about the whole animal agriculture. So they were on board with us putting forward a whole plant-based program, which then I want to invite restaurants that have vegan menus to have a tent or like maybe 2 tents, and they feature their food and stuff like that. So, trying to help them kind of come out, and even for the restaurant industry to have a better understanding of what it means and how it can help them.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, Shankar.
One of the point I want to pick it from Carrie, like my favorite thing is going to the restaurant, and if they're not familiar with vegan, be patient with them and explain them. And most of the time the head chef comes, and I've gone even to a lot of like the barbecue places and everything, because if I'm going with the group where I cannot avoid, but I ensure very politely, diplomatically, and I get the vegan food. And the head chef comes and says, I want to make sure that you have the option, and they bring me the best salad, okay? And they just help me on everything. And then I tell them, can you just train a couple of your waiters so that they are like familiar? And so I've done this in most of the places, like, and Indian restaurants are literally sometimes challenged because sometimes they put the butter or the ghee, but I know I go and ask them, and they will tell, yes, I'm glad you're asking. And some people really like that, because for them it is so boring serving the same food. Somebody different and comes ask them is like an entertainment for them. They're getting out of their boredom, so they come back and like, oh, I can help you. By the way, this has this, this has this, this has this. And so this most of the time this works. And when you ask them, they volunteer, they take the lead, and they are so proud about, they want to share how the food is made. And if something cautious, they tell them like, this part we don't know, it's at your choice. And said, I'm glad you told me that, and thank you. I tell that. Then there is one more fun part was, I tell to most of my colleagues and friends that I am vegan, and I tell them politely. And the most interesting part is, they act as a representative for you, and they make sure you don't eat, because they go and tell like, hey, this has this, this has this, this has this. You cannot eat this. You cannot eat this. So after that, and what I learned from there is, it is getting normalized. So being veganism is so awesome. It is getting normalized. Options are evolving and evolving more than ever. And sometimes I confront people, they ask you, just, are you eating a salad? Then I said, even a hamburger is just 2 buns, a bread with only one thing. You can still eat with the bread. And the grains or vegan never gets into the mind. They always think like a salad. And I have to explain them. And some people who gone vegan recently, they worry about the food a lot. And they said, all I know is my next food is vegan. That's all I know. I don't care about what I will eat end of my life. My next food is vegan. I'm totally planned for that. That's all I focus. And that eases people a little bit on their thinking, like, yeah, okay, I'll plan my next food vegan. And one more thing. This is just from the diet, but I know the vegan path crosses. If you are vegan, you are a vegan for all reasons. Some of them, it's so complex to recognize it within them. But the path is, for example, if I'm just avoiding all the meat and all the items, vegan is a lifestyle. I'm not denying it. Ethical and everything, you can come. But once you are realized and you're there, you are for all the reason from your point of view or from the animal's point of view, because they are not getting victimized, or they are not seen as a product. They're seen as a life, and they are relieved automatically from their problems and everything. So I see in that way. That is why when I interact with people, I am okay with my peer-to-peer counseling. I hang around with the people who wants to go vegan, and I tell them, you can call me even midnight. you want to read the ingredients, you need help, I can help you. So most of my friends who go vegan, they go very slowly, but they go forever. They become vegan forever. So that I've seen that instead of doing, I'm not familiar with the mass activism, but I can deal with one-on-one with the person, stay there with them and help them. And I understand if they are vegan, some are vegan for spiritual reason, some are vegan for ethical or compassionate reason, some are vegan for environment. I love to interact with them, how they see the world in them, and I'm okay as long as they go vegan. And I know the animals are safe.
Beautiful. You know, and I really want to do another shout out to Silas for being so gentle in really helping a lot of us cross the line into veganism. And because, you know, it can be quite a hurdle. And I never felt judged by him, never felt shamed. And I was always going to him, you know, like an uncle and saying, hey, Silas, look, I did this. Hey, I did that, as I made progress. And he just cheered me on, right? There was never even a hint of, well, you know, what the hell, man? Why not take it all the way? What's you know, what's holding? There was never any of that, right? So I just love this gentle approach. I think this is how we're going to win over hearts and minds, by showing our compassion even to those who continue to eat meat for whatever reason, right? Thank you. Thank you. Going on mute. Nancy has been very patient, waiting in the queue. If you haven't given up on us, Nancy, please.
No, I just been listening, and it's all really good. And I something Ray was saying earlier, and about the definition of vegan, how important it is to keep that, and I agree. And I also know that when anything goes mainstream like this, it's going to take on a life of its own too. And so I think we all, it seems like we're in agreement. It's like, as long as people are just, you know, not, you know, getting the picture not to use or eat animals. And I also see, it was an interesting thing that was brought up by the founders of who, you know, came up with the word vegan and what their vision was. And I would like to actually see it to just non-commodification of sentient beings regardless of species. Humans also, you know, I think it was brought up this consciousness of oppression and consciousness of ego and using things, and all of the, you know, darkness that comes with that, and what an injustice it's done to us, you know, the having compassion for people. I think that's really true, because we've all been really wounded. It's something I learned so much from Will Tuttle's work, The World Peace Diet. I highly, highly, highly recommend that book, you know. But I also see online that there are some trolls trolling around, you know, maybe they're vegan, maybe they aren't, and they're trying to stir up trouble. And recently had an experience with somebody that I had been 2 years, you know, friends with on Facebook, and she would share some of my posts, and then I'd post, you know, not too long ago, a vegan, like why to go vegan, and something, you know, clear and concise. And she would come on and she would always speak on, well, I'm mostly vegan, I'm 90% vegan, and all of that. And I said, why do you keep doing that? And she was saying, well, she thinks that it's working against us to demand perfection. And I said, I actually don't. I'm fine with, you know, with people transitioning, but there's a certain point where it's like, you've got to get on board with it. You know what I mean? You can't keep hanging out in the middle. And she was defending dairy. I didn't think it was that bad. And so it kind of kept going back and forth. And I said, you're actually kind of acting like a troll. And I felt like I had to put it on the line with her, because people will, you know, try to discredit veganism. They'll try to minimize it in certain ways that might sound like, oh, let's not be, you know, let's not be too hard on them. Let's, you know, it's okay, have a little bit, it's all right. So I feel like it's a matter of discrimination. Like sometimes we really need to, you know, say, and what I said was, by default, you know, vegan is an all or nothing thing by default, but people do need to transition. I understand that, but you really don't want to encourage people getting stuck, you know what I mean? And saying, well, a little bit's okay. And then trying to undermine the message of, you know, why it's so important that we do really, really grasp the horrors of these industries and, you know, what it means. And finally, there was just something I tell people a lot, and it really goes a long way. And I say, you know, people want to think, well, if the animals had a good life, you know, it's like really, it's okay to kill them. But, you know, the thing about having a good life is that a big part of it is the opportunity to live all of it and to die a natural, peaceful death. And we know that those things are never going to happen when animals or humans are, you know, are used. So my feeling is like, yeah, we have this focus on the animals, but I would really like to expand. I hope one day vegan does come to mean just non-commodification of sentient beings, you know, period, no matter what, because that will actually raise, you know, all life forms up to equality. You know what I mean? So anyway, sorry, I hope I feel like I'm rambling on now, so I will go. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, that was brilliant,
But
Nancy. Love it. Go, Benjamin. Thank you.
just going to quickly tag on to that. I like the idea of thinking about it as if we're being speciesist. It's just total speciesism. That's all I want to add.
Go ahead, sweetheart.
That's a good point. And sometimes you get into the space where you decide not to argue with something. And am I allowing somebody who says they're vegetarian and that's good enough? Is that speciesist? Because I've decided that I'm not going to draw a distinction between the exploitation of cows and other animals or animals that are used for commodities and then are eventually slaughtered. One other thing that I mentioned, that there's this duality, and every situation is a game time decision when it comes time to decide how hard to push. And I also have two levels of engagement with veganism itself. From a speciesism standpoint, are we doing it because we're compassionate, or are we doing it because we recognize a justice that is being denied animals? That second level of injustice being committed towards animals may make your argument a lot stronger and less forgiving. The distinction is that if we are compassionate, that means that we have the right to take animals' lives, but we're not going to because we're nice people. The other is justice says that these animals deserve as much rights and consideration as we do. So it's now more of a ethical law than just feeling good about animals and wanting them to have comfortable lives.
I'm joining you guys late. Hello. My name's Melissa. I'm Damon's partner. I love Mother Earth. I love all the living beings that we share this planet with. And I have a couple questions for all of you vegans, because Jamin and I are transitioning to be vegan, although I've never really eaten meat, and always been a rescuer of animals all my life since I was 2 years old. But I've been looking in the Seattle area for vegan cheese and just eggs. I can't find the stuff anywhere. So where do you look for that?
Probably Whole Foods.
I've tried Whole Foods. I've tried, I haven't tried PCC, so I could look there.
PCC probably has it, yeah.
But that's just one thing I wanted to mention, is that it's really hard to find, I mean, not vegetables, of course, but like if you're, like I grew up in Europe, I ate a lot of cheese because Europeans love cheese, right? It's part of the culture. And so that's something I'm used to eating. My body's used to it. But I have this problem now because I don't, I want to save the planet, help be part of saving this planet. And it's just very hard to find the food, the vegan food. So I think suggestions for like how we can encourage shops to, you know, provide more options for all of us who are vegan, and restaurants. Like I asked the Trader Joe's yesterday how I could contact them to ask for more vegan options rather than the 2 little packets of whatever they had there. Well, of course, tofu was there. So, yeah.
Trader Joe's are kind of hit and miss, aren't they? I've noticed a difference between, and I'm in Canada, we don't have any. But when I travel to the States, I noticed that they're not very consistent, because I would have said that they would have been flooded with vegan stuff, but it's not always the case.
Yeah.
We're finding it a lot in our regular grocery stores. There's a lot of saturation of the vegan cheeses, even in places that don't even have a great selection of plant-based milks as well. But sorry to hear Seattle's not quite caught up.
Yeah, we aren't. Although I found out my photographer's vegan today, which was awesome. I'm like, all right, dude, love you.
I have to say I'm amazed at that in Seattle, because I'm from Indianapolis. I just moved to Delray Beach, Florida 2 months ago. But the Kroger's, the Publix, the Meijers, like the major grocery stores have Just Eggs, Just Mayo. A whole bunch, both in the frozen and the regular meat sections of Beyond Meat, Impossible Meat, Field Roast, as well as the Whole Foods having that stuff, as well as, you know, one-off natural grocers. Trader Joe's has never been good. Never, in my opinion, never been good on the vegan front. But I'm stunned. I mean, the Publix, which is the major grocery store down here, they've got Miyoko's cheeses and butters. I'm, you know, Follow Your Heart dressings. I am stunned.
Yeah,
Kite Hill.
That. Yeah,
wow.
To start a campaign of sorts.
Seattle, isn't it Seattle that has a vegan mall? It's like 6 or 7 stores.
No way, that's awesome.
Wow.
God, I thought it was Seattle. Maybe it's Portland.
It's Portland.
It's
only 3. It's only 3 stores.
Oh, okay.
Let's start.
That's better than Seattle. Well, the other.
Don't bought my butterball about Portland. You can find it there, right?
I have to go to Portland.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Melissa, we'll bring you some up next time we see you.
Oh, yes, please.
Awesome.
So I just had 2 other things I wanted to say. One was a thought. I'm wondering, like, when we're helping friends and strangers going vegan, people who want to embrace that, to help, like, I find like I don't get enough protein now that I don't eat cheese. And so, like, how can we help people get balanced diets when they're transitioning over to non-dairy, non-meat diets? That's one thing. And the other question is, which I like mentioning, is along with not eating and consuming animal bodies, or, you know, having gorilla hand ashtrays, etc., which is horrific, is really reminding people we need to restore the natural habitats for the animals. And, you know, of course, planting trees, but really this giving back to Mother Earth, and not, because I think that goes hand in hand with not consuming, you know, not consuming animals, not consuming the land, not consuming the soil and the air and the water the way we do, and really this holistic kind of conversation approach to bring that in when we're talking about, say, veganism.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
Hi there, Melissa. I want to address that. That's a really great question. I have a Facebook page called All About Vegan. So it's everything that covers everything vegan, from recipes to activism to whatever. What I always tell people who are transitioning is Google is your very best friend. Just type in vegan stroganoff, vegan burgers, vegan tacos, whatever it is, from any nationality, from whatever you grew up with, any comfort food, and you can find a zillion recipes that can tell you how to make it with whole foods. The other thing I'd like to address is protein is so overrated. Plant-based diet, it is proven time and time again to have way more protein than any animal products, period. Minus the cholesterol, heart disease, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Ray's got it. So if you know, and also I highly recommend getting involved in vegan online groups, like maybe Vegan Seattle or something like that. Look for groups in your area to find products and know where to get things. There's so many online places you can shop for vegan clothing, for vegan shampoos, for in local stores. I thought Seattle was pretty hip from what I heard. In fact, my daughter's going to be there tomorrow and visiting Pike's Place.
That's fine.
Which I heard has a lot of vegan stuff. But anyways, pretty much every place has for transitioning. A lot of people do like to go for the pre-made stuff because it is easier. It tastes good. A lot of it. Some doesn't. So beware and stay open to, you know, different products. Trader Joe's, by the way, has a Trader Joe's vegan online webpage. They list every item that they carry that's vegan. I mean, there's so many resources, and like I said, Google is a really great way to go. Get involved in some groups, some vegan groups, and ask the question like, hey, where can I find vegan pastry?
Okay.
You know, and etc. So anyways, that's all I got on that.
And what is your website, love, please?
It's a Facebook page. It's called All About Vegan.
Thank you so much. Thanks for
And I answer lots of questions for, I mean, all kind, you know, cooking substitutes like for eggs or, you know, I chose the more holistic and whole food route as opposed to the processed.
Yes.
As I get on in years, it's just not as good for me with all the salt and everything. But, you know, when you go out to eat, and I find like in the Phoenix area, we have a lot of natural restaurants that don't use any process. They make their own house cheeses. They make their own proteins. I mean, you can make taco meat out of walnuts or tempeh or tofu or a zillion things. So chickpeas. So, and let me, one more thing I'd like to add, and I don't want to take up too much time. One thing that's really important to understand is that especially in dairy, it's very addictive. A lot of people aren't aware of that. Dairy is one of the most, it's as addictive as opioids. Okay, so a lot of people have a very hard time. That was my number one thing was cheese. To get off the cheese, I considered myself a cheese connoisseur. And with wine, and but you know, I got off it, and the neat thing about it was I went vegan almost 8.5 years ago, and about 2.5 months in, I gave in and went to my go-to. I have a bad habit of not eating breakfast, so I go out into the world, run my errands, and get really hungry. And my go-to was always to grab a stick of string cheese. When it was out of my system for 2.5 months, I literally took a bite and almost vomited. The flavor was not the same. It tasted and felt so weird. So it's really a matter of just getting it out of your system. And I can't even imagine going back.
Thank you.
I can't.
Your taste buds change.
Everything changes. Your chemistry. Everything.
Yeah.
Your and you do, as Darmender's mentioned a few times, your mental changes. All the fog. A lot of vegans will tell you this, the fog will dissipate, you know, and the thinking and the conditioning and all that stuff will eventually go away.
Beautiful.
So, but I highly recommend to anybody stick, if you can, best with whole foods if you like to cook. A lot of people don't like to cook or don't have the time and will go the easier route. But, you know, whatever gets you there, you know.
Yeah, thank you so much. Those are beautiful.
In fact, I just made some vegan ricotta cheese today. With some bolognese with eggplant. So I'm getting ready.
Have some cooking classes. Hey, let's run cooking classes for this group.
Yeah, every you know, I'm gonna be 60 in a few weeks or 2 weeks,
Happy
or
birthday.
1 week or something like that. Thank you. And you know, a lot of people want me to start a restaurant. I'm like, hell no. Been there, done that back in the day. A lot of work. Don't want to own, you know, it to own me. So, but I do love to cook. So, anyways. Good luck.
All right, beautiful. I see hands going up. There are some folks who've been patiently waiting in the queue who haven't really spoken too much yet. I want to give them a shot. We got Benjamin and Ann, and I see Carrie has her hand up. and Shankar. So Benjamin, followed by Ann, please.
Oh, I already made my comment. I'm good. And if you'd like to go.
Great, Ann.
So I think I forgot what I originally wanted to say, but I'll say something else. Oh no, I do remember what I wanted to say. So in this whole conversation, over the last several years, I have listened to many different animal rights activists talking about what form of activism is the right form of activism, and how we encourage people or berate people for how vegan they are or whatever. And personally, I have finally come to the position, and this is a personal thing for me, but every form of activism has its space. I have to figure out what I am comfortable
No,
doing.
you can't. Just go this way. You already walked by.
Oh, I did?
Mhm.
And then in terms of people eating vegan, yes, I want everyone to be 100% vegan. I actually want everyone to be 100% whole food, because then I think we would be healthier, and I think healthier people make better decisions. However, every time a person doesn't eat meat, dairy, or eggs is a win. So I keep going back to this thing. I have to figure out how to find the humor and the invitation and the way to make this lifestyle more fun than anything else. And if I can figure that out, then I think we would, if I can figure it out, if we can figure that out, then I think we will move forward much faster. And I don't know, I mean, I'm guessing that the vast majority of people on this call learned the facts and said, I am never eating another animal again. Oh my God, I don't want to sit on the skin of another animal. I don't want to put, the hair of an animal that was horribly abused around my neck and a scar. I mean, I just don't want to do any of that anymore. Why some people learn the facts and go, done deal, and other people learn the facts and say, oh, that can't be true. Oh, I'm not actually doing it. Well, that's the way the world is, and continue to participate. I don't understand it, but I also don't understand why cats are obligate carnivore. Like, there's a bunch of things I don't understand, right? So I have to give up on trying to understand it and just go with people do what feels good. I can also say my dogs do what feels good. I mean, I think living beings do what feels good, what's easiest. So how do we make it easy? How do we make it feel good? How do we make it fun? And then I think we'll actually get someplace. And I will also say on the food thing, my husband and I have been vegan for 6 years. I was vegetarian since 1992, however many years that is. But since going vegan, we have exploded the different meals that we cook. So we don't have a rotation. We literally, at one point, we invited a friend to eat with us for 30 days in a row. We cooked her dinner for 30 days. We had a different entree every single day for 30 days. She lost 8 pounds. It was fabulous tasting food. And this is like 2016 or something. And then within a month, she was back to eating meat. We showed her, we gave her the recipes, we showed her how to cook them, individual lessons for 30 days. And within a month, she was back to eating meat, and she gained the 8 pounds plus 4 more, like within 60 days. So I don't know how to explain this. So I just have to not. But if you want recipes, just tell me what kind of food you like, and I'll send your recipes up the yin yang, and you'll be disgusted. You'll be like, stop, don't send me anymore.
Yes, please.
All right, beautiful. Let's hear from Carrie, followed by Miles, followed by Nancy, and then Shankar. So Carrie, please take it away.
So regarding the question, I'm your partner looking for food and resources. We ran into that same issue when Dr. Rao spoke here in Prescott. and somebody in the audience said, I suffer from irritable bowel syndrome or something like that, and IBS, yeah. And she said, I want to eat a plant-based diet, but I can't. You know, what do I do? And so my husband and I talked after, and Silesh directed her to a website, but we didn't have anything to give her. Like, you know, I think that our group, our collective, could come together like we have the white paper now. We could have a resource that could be a sheet that we could easily use ourselves, as well as hand out to people. That's easy, you know, when we share it among ourselves, that's great, but I'm all about, you know, what tools can we put together that we can pass on to our friends who want to make the shift, but you know, it's just, they just tell themselves it's too difficult. So maybe, I don't know if that's one of the, I haven't had a chance to look at the survey yet, but, you know, resources would be kind of a good team, putting together resources like that. That's it.
Just want to jump in. Thank you for bringing up the survey there, Carrie. A lot of what we were talking about today seemed to revolve around the idea, coming up with ideas to approach people, or how we approach people, the different ways that veganism is approached, how we came to approach it. And I think that we could potentially take that conversation and separate it from what we're trying to do within the steering committee, which is to create those conversations. So I think that we've kind of just created a new conversation right here, because it sounds like a lot of people want to talk about this, and it's really important too. It's really important to figure out all the different methods for approaching people and bringing this to attention. So I think, and I'm pretty sure this also falls in line with a group that already exists on the survey. So we'll talk about that in a minute. With hopefully, Ray, you can talk about that. And I know Suzanne's going to be here, I think, within half an hour. So if we need to talk about that before she gets here, that's totally fine. And yeah, I just wanted to say that, and you know, just kind of put the thought in there that we're going to get back on track here with the ultimate goal of this meeting in a little bit, and whoever's next in the queue can go.
Well, first I just really want to second what Benjamin just said, and it's a really, really important point, because here we are in the steering committee of Vegan Collective Intelligence, which spans so many topics, right? It's very easy and very tempting to fall into our favorite topic, which is spreading veganism, right? And, you know, it can sound like a multi-level marketing meeting in, you know, Salt Lake City, Utah, or something like that, if we let ourselves run with that current. So let's definitely stay disciplined and stay on focus. I say we wait till Suzanne gets here before we go over the questionnaire. And before that, let's even zoom out a little bit and answer the bigger question of who are we, why are we here, where are we going, what's our strategy, you know, from kind of the more holistic side, with a nod to what we talked about at the beginning of our, as soon as we got through introductions and whatnot, wrapping up from the earlier meeting from earlier today on the social club. So I would like to offer my 2 cents on that, and then I'd love to hear others jump in as a way to help us, you know, kind of figure out, you know, who are we, why are we here, and how are we going to get there? You know, where are we going and how are we going to get there? Because I think if we package veganism within a broader context, and veganism can be the heart, right? But what I'm basically talking about is, instead of just like a heart, I'm talking about like a whole person, right? Full of organs and, you know, and, you know, to be specific, I'm talking about, you know, basically combining veganism with solar radiation management, with collective intelligence, with holistic land management, with arcology, and transforming our entire set of living arrangements, right? hey, honey, I'm heading off to the vegan restaurant, and I get in my SUV and blast down, pollute down the road at 15 miles to the gallon to go to our favorite vegan restaurant, which is 60 miles away, but I'm good for it, but the planet's not good for it. So, looking at it holistically, I think really gives us an opportunity to, number one, lead, right? The Vegan Collective Intelligence. We're actively working on 3 different big pillar collective intelligences. Vegan Collective Intelligence, this is the steering committee for that. A collective intelligence on collective intelligence itself, if that's not too redundant, and a collective intelligence on SRM led by me and Dr. Ye Tao of Harvard. We want to create myriad of these, but there's going to be these lead issues. I think veganism is the ultimate lead, and SRM is right up there. It has virtually no overlap with veganism. It's a purely technological solution to a burning problem. The fact that our planet is exponentially overheating, this stomps on that exponential like a giant Monty Python foot. Since there's a couple of people here my age, I'll reference that. So, and that's exactly what we need to do. We need to deflect this upward exponential trend. Veganism deals with it long-term, but we have a short-term planetary exponential overheating issue. So that's why I think veganism can join forces with SRM and with collective intelligence. Well, that's what this is. This is what we're living here right now. This is an important point. This is a mashup between veganism and collective intelligence. It's really veganism, but empowered by technology, notably this Zoom video conference and the fact that we can record it and post it and transcribe it and link it with others, etc. Right? So, while the mashing up is going good, let's mash up with SRM, and some other big issues, but let's identify kind of our lead issues and how we want to, really package it, right? And, part of me feels kind of weird speaking in such terms because it's like, part of me says, hey man, normal marketing bullshit 101 doesn't apply to veganism. We're all about the spirit and the heart and compassion. So don't even dirty up this sacred temple of veganism with your muddy capitalist feet, right? Or your marketing, muddy marketing feet. You guys get what I'm saying? But I'm just, but the other part of me says, we've got a planet to cool off in record time, right? We need to get real about this urgency, right? Because veganism alone is not going to save life on Earth. We've got to first put out the fire, not first, but in parallel. That's the key. In parallel, we've got to go vegan and put out the fire, right? And so anyway, I'm going to get off my soapbox, but my final thesis stands: better together, and let's think about putting it all together. And then as we define this, when Suzanne joins us, if it's all right with everybody, I'm just suggesting, she and Ray can then lead us through the questionnaire and the different groups that are already organized, etc. So we can best figure out how to both chunk ourselves out within the vegan world and also, do these mergers or this merger with the other major issues and solutions so that we can present to the world the big solution, the big holistic solution, right? And not be cornered rather than, being pigeonholed into just this one solution, however badass. And veganism is the most badassest of them all, right? Better together, I believe. What do you believe? Let's hear from you. Is anyone in the queue? Let me check. Carrie says, I agree, James. Burns in the queue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Benjamin.
We'll jump in real quick. I just got an update from Suzanne. She's 45 minutes out. She's stuck in a whole bunch of traffic. So I'm not sure we want to wait that long for a conversation about the survey. I'm willing to participate. Got it pulled up here. Whatever we need to do. Otherwise, we're going to wait another 45. So whatever the consensus is as a group.
I'll look to Ray and you. Ray to weigh in, please.
I've actually posted the survey in our chat twice, once at the beginning, once at the end. If anybody wants to have a look at it, they're welcome to. One topic that fit right into what we've been discussing about our encounters with vegans and semi-vegans and veg-curious people and restaurants and recipes. It's one that as I was learning Basecamp, well, I've used Basecamp for a while, but not as an admin. So I was adding categories, and I wanted to get my wife involved. She's a vegan caterer. And a while back, we created a Facebook page called Never Buy This Product Again, which sounds like a bad review website, but it's actually ways that you can the best vegan recipes, that recipe that got you over the hump, right?
Mute. Thanks, Armendra. Okay, but back to you, Ray.
And she's got a catering service, which isn't really a full-fledged caterer. She's catering a lot to the vegan activist community. And part of the business model is a vegan-abler is somebody who can teach you how to cook vegan, teach you how to shop vegan, go shopping with you to whatever stores you are near your favorite shopping places, and weed out, try to find where they keep the vegan stuff, because sometimes they're intentionally hiding it. They're keeping it completely separate. And there's different philosophies of the vegan food producers as well. Beyond Meat wants to have their meat in the meat section along with the other meat, whereas Eve's Veggie Cuisine and they tend to be in the produce section, and the other ones are in the different parts of the freezer section. So the part of being vegan is changing your lifestyle in the way that you shop, and that's a skill that we can share, and it's also a way to build community, a way to find people in your neighborhood. So our original vision is she is the vegan-abler, but we want other vegan-ablers. So we want a network of vegan-ablers that can support each other and help veg-curious people in their neighborhoods. And that might include taking a simple cheese recipe. Cheese is a big tripping point for a lot of people. So I've got a cheese recipe that's potatoes, carrots, nutritional yeast, and olive oil, and lemon juice and salt. So you put them you boil them, put them in a blender, and you make a cheese sauce that you can use with mac and cheese. You put in a bit of nacho flavoring, and you got nacho cheese dip. This is one of the recipes that we just go, it's so easy. Why would you ever buy it, right? So you can go to a pop-up and make a couple batches of it and sell it, and put the ingredients in the recipe right on the package. This is kind of the concept. We don't want any repeat customers. We want you to try it. If you love it, here's the recipe. We don't want your repeat business.
Brilliant.
With the knowledge that a lot of people are too lazy and they'll buy it next time anyway. So, but having a network where we're sharing these recipes, these breakthrough recipes that help you get through. Another one's, if anybody is a big fan of eggs and having trouble getting rid of eggs, the Kalonamic salt, the black salt that smells very sulfurous and tastes sulfurous, and you put it in a tofu, and it makes everything taste like eggs.
Wow.
Put that egg stink into it.
Wow.
Which people that aren't familiar with it, I got it at the end of my street. A little Middle Eastern grocery store sells it for $1 a bag. finding some of these things are a little bit of a trick. So this is a group that I created among the task forces and study groups called Normalizing Vegan Food Task Force. So using food, this exciting thing, you know, this party item that isn't about cutting all of the flavor out of your life for a good cause. It's finding a new way to judge flavors. There's, you know, you can taste things with your tongue, but you can also taste things with your heart.
All right, Benjamin, been waiting.
So quickly add on to that. So if anyone here, it sounds like Ray, maybe your partner would be interested in this, and it sounds like Amira, Nancy, you're all very you're all interested in cooking food and sharing that with people. Would you all be willing to meet together and come up with kind of like have this conversation, but in more depth, that kind of thing?
Sure.
And I strongly second that motion, because we've got quite a number of topics to cover on the steering committee, and I just want to make sure we don't spend too much time going into the depths of, you know, specific recipes and whatnot. Let's just separate that out as a separate conversation. Does that work for everybody?
Kind of a copy cookie cutter of each group that's in the survey. Each one of them will have these discussions following. We'll populate the groups, and then we'll find times to talk about it.
Amen. Hallelujah. That's it. That's the key. Hey, I could screen share and go through the survey, or you could, Ray. I'll defer to you on that. If I can help, let me know. If you'd rather do it, that's fine. Just let me know.
If you'd like to go through the survey, you'd be my guest.
Okay, great. Would you like me to screen share it?
Sure.
Okay, I'll do that. All right. Okay, so beyond your name, looking for team organizers, as well as team members. A team organizer would be basically the role that I'm playing, or that Ray and I are playing together in this meeting. That's the team organizer, right? So for each one of these, I'll just read the title, and then if anyone has anything to just quickly add on, or, you know, even dare I say more than quickly, please feel free to, and etc. Does that sound fair? All right, let me jump in. So white paper study group, presumably referring to Silish's white paper that's a work in progress.
Yeah, if you scroll down a tiny bit more, there's a deeper description of each of these.
Oh, I see. Very good.
Keep on going.
Okay. Did I miss it? Oh yeah, here it is. So
you're almost there.
There. Right here. So it's right under the purple thank you, starting with the white paper study group. Science needs context to generate a response. I'll just let people read as I slowly scroll down, and just jump in if you got anything to say about, we'll try to do it in order, starting with the white paper study group.
This is Carrie. I had one thing to say about the white paper. I was wondering if anybody had given any thought to, or Ray, you might want to share with whoever's on this committee, having a scientist like sign on, or maybe he already has, like endorsements from the science world, because he's more of a systems engineer. I was wondering what anybody else might have thought about that, as far as legitimizing the paper, because I had we gave the white paper to one of my speakers, and he's an environmental instructor at Northern Arizona University, and he said, he just kind of was like, "Oh yeah, Dr. Rao," and we were like, "Yeah," and he said, "Well, I don't really agree with all of his points," and so I just kind of was wondering if what anybody thought about that.
I think you're the. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say quickly, I love the idea, and in fact, I would like to volunteer Guy McPherson to be the scientist, and let's have one of these meetings with all of us and Guy McPherson and Silas, and let's get down and dirty with the white paper. Anyway, going on mute. Back to you, Ray.
I think as we progress with the white paper and introduce it to the public, there's lots to be contested with its content, and a lot of it doesn't really have to do with science. I've long been of the opinion that this percentage attributed to sectors is a trick. It's a game played by politicians, and they have only one objective. Once you're onto it, it's very easy to see that when they've got a percentage assigned to something, it's trying to determine whether they can ignore it. And if you need evidence on whether they've wanted to ignore the emissions from animal agriculture, you just have to look at the progression, the historical progression of how the science has been conducted. And largely, there isn't anything to look at. We have the Livestock's Long Shadow report in 2006, and that was something that was volunteered by the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. The IPCC didn't even ask for it. They just produced it, published it, and frankly shocked the world that agriculture was so high. And then the agriculture industry kind of woke up and said, whoa, what are we doing here? We had 18%, that's higher than all of transportation combined, and everybody's on that page. And they descended upon it and forced the math to reevaluate down to 14.5%, which is still a pretty dramatic number. It's still higher than all of transportation combined. But we don't see 14.5% of conversation attributed to animal agriculture. We don't see 14.5% of policies attributed to animal agriculture. What we see is the World Bank, Robert Goodland and Jeff Anhang challenged this and said your accounting is really off. You should be using up-to-date measures of the impact of methane, because methane is very important when you're comparing sectors, including agriculture. And I mean, 13 years have passed and nothing has been updated. We're still looking at essentially the same one calculation and one revision. So I think one of the things that's happening with this white paper is that we are challenging the way that the scientific community has decided that the accounting has to happen. How the numbers, the variables, the time frame in which you decide when the decay of the greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. How long does it take for them to disappear? All these variables have been cemented, and the scientific community doesn't really have the flexibility to say anything else, to challenge this method. And that's wrong. That's not how science works. If everybody was shocked by Livestock's Long Shadow in 2006, that is the birth of a new form of science. That is atmospheric emissions from agriculture. And there should be a whole bunch of analysis of it, a whole bunch of funding for research to come up with more. What we get instead is, apparently a consensus. When a number hasn't changed in 13 years, that's a consensus. And that's not science being served. That is a political decision made by a political organization. The IPCC is a political scientific hybrid that was designed to make sure that there weren't, that these climate scientists didn't come up with breakthroughs and publish them to the world. They want it only to be questions asked by politicians, answered by scientists, and then revealed through policy that created by the scientists. So this percentage game is one that I followed this history for a long time and kind of gave up on it. I just thought this is the front door of emissions and what's causing climate change. And I think it's time to start looking at solutions. Regardless of what's creating all the climate, all the atmospheric emissions, what are the things that are going to get them out of the atmosphere the fastest? And I came across the book first and the Drawdown, and the more or less, I guess it's an NGO that's associated with it, Project Drawdown, and they are calculating from the back end, what are the solutions that we have? We don't want to argue about whether we need climate taxes or what is the percentage of causes, what are the percentages in the rankings of our solutions, what are our best solutions? And surprise, surprise, animal agriculture has the biggest impact when it comes to the solutions that we've got available to us.
And so you'd want to, this is Bern from New York. I have to jump in here. So you'd want to see Alan Savory's work. Right, Jamin? Am I coming through there?
Yes.
Alan Savory spent the last 50 years of his life strictly doing that information, finding that out both in theory and also in practice. And he has some great YouTube and TED Talks. But I think if Jamin could get him to come on, that would be great. But 10 minutes of his talk will give, I think, a perspective on the subject, that exact subject, that would be very interesting for you to see. Because I think the answer that you would find is the exact opposite of what you expect. And that's more interesting, of course, than hearing just more and more of what you already believe. So I would suggest we, either between now and next week, we check into Alan Savory, or if Jamin can get him to come on, that would be spectacular. But not necessary, really. I mean, he's more or less given his history, basically the whole story, in relatively condensed pieces of work. So anyway, that's, to me, that goes directly to what you're talking about, and it isn't governmental. There's no consensus. He is like, they hate him because he doesn't go along with any of their games. So I think you would find him fascinating. I had no expectations.
So,
anyway, I'm off.
I've seen his TED Talk.
So Bern, so here's the thing: we're way deep into one of a dozen or more topics that we need to cover, right? The point here is not to exhaust any one of these topics right now.
No, but I didn't hear anything about how the Earth needs animals. I heard all about how we don't want to kill animals, which I
get it. And Bern, so let me just be really clear. What you're talking about is super important, and there's a place for it, right?
This isn't the place, though. I don't understand how this could not be the place.
Let
me ask you this, though: is this only about the diet and the morality part of it, or is it also about the planet?
It's about so much more. And Bern, I'm going to ask you to watch the previous ones so that you can get up to speed, because it's actually quite disruptive for you to just come barging in and just saying, "Hey, what's this all about?" Everybody stop what you're doing so that Bern can get updated.
So has he been involved? I didn't know. I did join in more recently, yeah. But did Alan Savory get involved in some way?
No. Bern. Let's you and I take that offline about Alan Savory. And my larger point, thank you, is we need to get this meeting back on track with, and that's not to discount.
Veganism does need its partners. Like changing our food system is a very big, complex thing to do, and I think that there could be transitionary kinds of agricultural science that have merit. My biggest question is how given the structure that we live in, how many of these solutions don't stand a chance in the face of the agricultural industry as it stands, one of the most powerful lobby groups that accept absolutely no regulation, that will not, you can come up with the perfect rotational management system and it will generally be ignored because these people have so much power. If Alan Savory said, prove that this is the best thing that we could do to reverse the planet, politically, I can't understand how it would happen in the system. And generally, if you're building a new system, one that incorporates animals into it is going to be a tough sell from the ground up. I don't hear
From the ground up, though?
Livestock proponents saying that we have to get rid of industrial agriculture and have a solid plan on how do we do that. Generally, they're applauded by the mainstream agriculture livestock movement.
Okay, we're gonna have to get a shorthand for this from the vegan conference in Mesa. But when we're starting to deviate, yeah, thank you. That's it. Thank you, Carrie. Okay, when people start doing this, okay, it means we gotta bring it back to what this meeting is actually here for, and that is not in any way to take away from any of the points that have been made in the last half an hour or so. By no means. It's simply to put them in their place. And Ray, I'd like to ask that you work with me on this, just like we did in the previous meeting today, where we said, hey, wait a second, this is a super important topic, but this is not the time or the place for that topic. Let's create its own channel, launch it properly, and then really populate it with the people, the discussions, the topics, the time, the place. Are you with me on that?
Well, I was saying that there is a transition to a vegan world, and that we now live in a world where animals are commodified and there's transitionary methods to get from one to the other. I think that's part of the vegan conversation.
There's no question about it. No question whatsoever.
Including like permaculture and silvopasture, and some of these are the topics in that drawdown when they rank the solutions. They're there. And they're kind of important because sometimes you'll have somebody that say, biochar, forget everything else. Biochar is the way that we're going to solve the problem. They've measured biochar and it's like ranked number 72 of the best solutions between now and 2050, once you get down to actually measuring it. So sometimes we need to talk about these things and see how they're ranked. And in drawdown, rotation managed grazing is ranked number 19 out of 100.
Okay, I'm going to let Carrie talk and then Benjamin, because I think they have some concrete ideas as to how we can get this meeting on track. It is currently off track. I just want to acknowledge that. Back to you, Carrie.
This is Anne. I'm going to go third.
So I think what would be helpful, I love the share screen of the survey, but I think what would be helpful if you gave us direction of what you want from us while we're reading it, like what kind of feedback are you looking for from the steering committee to help us reach the goal of this meeting?
Great. So number one is concision. When we go over a point, if you have a quick question, great. If not, please let it lie. If you want to flag something, great. But we got a lot of items to go through. So once we get through whatever quick questions and there's clarity, what is this topic? If someone wants to step forth and say, hey, I'd like to lead that, bingo, right? And if you have a lot to say on that topic, that's a big clue that maybe it's calling to you to lead it and to step up as a leader. That's the way to express that I've got a lot to say on it, not to go deep into that topic right here, right now. In this meeting, we're 2 hours in and we've barely gotten into structure because we've been on these massive detours. And,
Brent, I'll join you on that conversation separately, okay?
I didn't know we had a Brent on the call, but
I thought it was Brent.
I mean,
Burn, I think she meant me, maybe.
Burn. Okay, Burn. Okay, it's burn, baby, burn. Okay, all right. So back to you, Carrie, and then Benjamin. Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just reiterate what you were saying. The idea of this meeting is to go over the survey, make any comments. Maybe there's a group missing. Maybe there's some wording that can be changed. And then choose a group that you see yourself being very interested in wanting to lead. If you're not interested in leading and you just want to be a part of the conversation, choose to be a member. We just want to get through the survey and get it out there. We've already sent the survey out, but we can make changes to it, and that's basically it. Does that make sense to everybody?
And as the groups populate, they also have the possibility to realize there's two very strong perspectives, and they're probably better off at separating into two different groups. One that I anticipated this, there was a whole session of questions that were related to religion and faith, and we had the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. So they only one group to answer all these questions. So we separated out the it's not in order. A separate group that's in here somewhere about organized religions.
Why don't we cover that when we get to that item, and then
I could kind of give an overview of each one of these. I wrote the descriptions, so I can I could just give a even shorter version of what each is about.
Perfect. Let me screen share again then, and let you do just that. Thank you.
I've got it up. I can screen share, and then I can scroll through if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Thank you, Ray. And Ray, I'll also let you manage the questions. Shankar has his hand up, for example. I think there's probably a couple folks in the queue, but I'll let you manage that unless you want my help.
Okay, so we got the white paper study group. That's all going to be pertaining to Sailesh's white paper, trying to get it into as many hands as possible and understanding it and defending it wherever we can. It's something that needs to be marketed, so thinking of different ways of getting it shared around on social media. The Aquarius study group is designed, they're a group that's already started to meet. They are developing a new economy based on a new understanding of wealth. So this will not necessarily involve money. It's recognizing that there are different kinds of wealth, and we should start with that as we're developing our new kind of economy that will be compassionate and fair for everybody. Holding the media to account task force is recognizing how the corporate control over our mainstream media and the messages that get through. There's also the military-industrial complex that will control the narrative about America's involvement in wars and so forth. So when we can see that there's a dialogue of eating less meat is acceptable for the mainstream, but veganism is a little bit too extreme and tends to be filtered out of most of the mainstream news. And of course, we're building our own networks outside of the mainstream that are involved with internet and our connections.
Can I comment on that one?
Sure.
Yeah, hi, it's Miles. Hey, Ray, nice to meet you.
Hi.
We exchanged back and forth on the base camp over Noam Chomsky's video. It was interesting sharing with you on that. So I posted in the comments a link to an initiative by a friend of mine named Skip Conover. And he's a retired United States Marine, lieutenant colonel. And he started this campaign called Return the Nails. And it relates to holding media to account anybody in the military, industrial, propaganda machine complex. And it also relates to the next one, the Interfaith Coalition. So I just want to quickly describe what it is. He has a very good friend, and a friend of mine as well, who's an excellent, an amazing artist in Helena, Montana. And this gentleman's name is Tim Holmes. He's got a statue, actually he's making, I think, possibly several statues. And he's actually got a history of providing statues as awards to the United Nations. So he's an accomplished artist. The link to the GoFundMe page has a brief video that describes this initiative. Now, what it's about is it uses the archetype of Jesus Christ. Now, you don't have to be Christian to subscribe to Jesus Christ. In fact, Islam has Jesus Christ in their books, holy books, and they hold him higher than Muhammad. Jesus Christ was Jewish, so he's in the Torah as well. So don't get hung up on the fact that I'm mentioning this figure, this archetype. The idea is the sculpture goes along with a campaign of postcards. And for, I believe, $5, they'll send one of these artist Tim Holmes original postcards to anybody you want to impact as to, hey, you're evil, basically. So that's where you see my other comment where I said, well, you're talking about sending cards to the big oil companies, the coal companies, the natural gas companies. But I said, do you realize that 87% of the damage being done to the planet is due to industrial animal agriculture? And he said, oh, wow, that's interesting. And he said, oh, yeah, well, you can send these postcards to anybody. Now, you might be wondering, okay, that's $5 to send a postcard. Where's the rest of the money go? Well, the money that is left over,
Miles, can I interrupt for a quick second?
Okay, I'm going to wrap up. Okay, just let me wrap up.
Sure.
Just very quickly. So the excess money will be granted to Greta Thunberg, and she's going to be told, you do whatever you want with the excess, the money that's left over. Anyway, it's a great campaign. Please check it out. And I'll just leave it at that.
That was in reference to the Holden Media Account Task Force and the Interfaith Vegan.
Right, yeah. So you could check this out. Now you could say, okay, you can send this postcard to MSNBC saying you're evil because you are not the truth. You send it to CNN, send it to the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. All these media companies are not talking the truth about
to faith leaders as well.
And you can send it to every meat eater. Like, you know, I'm now saying I'm vegan.
I said faith leaders.
You could send it to anybody who you think is not being truthful about this issue of animal industrial agriculture. And it's coming from a very reputable gentleman who, as I said, is a United States Marine. He is the leader of a group on a YouTube channel of 7,000 followers called the Carl Jung Depth Psychology Reading Group. So check it out.
Okay, thanks, Miles. So that was the Holden Media to Account Task Force, and the Interfaith Vegan Coalition is a group that already exists that they have decided to field all the questions. I should have prefaced to say that at the Vegan World 2026 conferences, that there was a brainstorming session, 2 brainstorming sessions, where they've come up with 200 questions that I have divided into all these different categories. So part of the tasks of each of these is to answer all the questions that people said, I don't see how we can get from here to a vegan world without this being solved. So there's questions that have been sorted into each of these categories that are part of their mandate. So, and one of the big categories was faith, and all of them have been loaded to the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. So they might have to diversify a little bit. But they believe in an interfaith solution that recognizes that there are many paths to truth and invite conversation between different groups of faith. The Medical Education Task Force will cover all the different health veganism topics and prove that veganism is one of the healthiest ways to live, if not the healthiest. Maybe tease out a bit of the plant-based diet as opposed to my version of a vegan diet, which includes giant pretzels that you might have seen me munching on earlier. So that's taking the medical information that's pertaining to veganism, and also how this relates to the pharmaceutical industries and the medical industries, and what kind of obstacles we face in those industries. Parenting and Education Study Group. I immediately took this to mean all of education, including parenting. This is more of a from birth to high school focus group on techniques of sharing and cultivating the next generation to be nonviolent and be able to solve problems in ways, shedding a lot of the baggage that we've built into our cultures. The Vegan Collective Intelligence Group.
Can I hop in on that, Ray?
Which one? Yeah.
Ray, can I hop in on that? It's Dharmendra. Yeah, because whenever the term collective intelligence comes up, I feel that's my number is up. And even though I expressed it earlier today in the Radical Collective Intelligence through the earlier meeting that we had in the social club, the same thing applies here. If we're really going to develop a collective that actually the term intelligence is going to be used with, it has to come from a deeper meditative awareness. Otherwise, it's just the same old intelligence humanity has used forever, and look where we got with that. I mean, and what I see though with the vegan is that the heart work, not hard work. Heart work is already being done. The compassion, and then the deeper step, as you were talking earlier about ethical justice and that kind of thing, that's already being brought to the table with somebody who's a real vegan. As I think we can all, who's been an activist like myself or you or Amir or any people I know personally or are meeting now online that are actual activists, the ethical side of it that's deeper than just, but all of that needs a center. It needs a place where we can all come into the place of not necessarily sitting around being silent, but touching into that place where silence comes from, stopping the world, and creating this base camp that I was talking about earlier of, you know, a kind of collective intelligence that for the very purpose of meeting is to accelerate our consciousness and to take up issues from actual spiritual technologies, which I've been working with for decades, that can actually do that. And we can actually, and like I say, we just need the structure, and there's many structures in what you've done in this work here, Ray, which is great at what you've done with Sailesh Rao's, you know, 200 questions things. I've looked through that several times. I really love that whole list of the different dimensions and all the different points in there. It's very exhaustive and comprehensive. And and any of those points can be taken into this Vegan Collective Intelligence Group. As I see anything that we want to do now in the world, we have to have a centralizing force, a centralizing consciousness, that out of which we can all move into it in a unified way and then move out in a very powerful way. And it's all about empowering each other and ourselves by supporting a higher consciousness that's coming in through Mother Earth anyway at this time. And it's there and it's available. And I happen to be one of the people who was lucky enough to tap into that and start to discover a lot of the possibilities that are there in it. So whenever I hear collective intelligence, I just, and I'm almost done, but I just wanted to throw it in real quick here too, wherever I'm seeing collective intelligence come up, that there are real and actual processes and methods and technologies that can be used to actually develop this, and not just talk about it or come together and agree and figure out things to do, but also how to be together with all of this. So our doing becomes that much more proficient, efficient, powerful, effective, impactful, everything. That's all I want. I just want to chime in with that right now on that point, because I feel it's such an important point. We need a center. That's the thing that is lacking in the world everywhere. There is no such thing as a center in the real sense of the word. There's no place everybody can come together and not only agree, but then step it up as many notches as you want in terms of, let's start opening our consciousness to the possibilities we have to offer to these issues that are there, and what kind of solutions we can come up with as a collective intelligence that we are consciously and intentionally developing through very specific spiritual technologies that have been tried and work.
So Dharmendra, are you a part of that, this group, or are you wanting to lead it? Because you sound like you are.
Well, no, that's a good point. What I am is we're going to start a campfire. We have to work it out because I just brought it up earlier today in the first meeting in the social club about developing radical collective intelligence, which is kind of, if you go up one meta level, if you know what I mean, if you go up into a bigger picture where this vegan is included, but there are other aspects, at that level, there's a centralizing process that I want to facilitate. We haven't worked out the details yet through Zoom or whatever, where we're going to start doing that. Okay. But I wanted to introduce it here in a loving way of people who are doing the Vegan Collective Intelligence Group, whoever that may end up being, wants to connect into that, because it's going to be very powerful process and very, very deep meditative awareness, and but very grounded in the belly and in the being kind of technologies, spiritual technologies.
So if I'm interpreting that right, you're saying that the collective intelligence needs to have that higher level of communication, like interconnected. I was going to say spiritual, and I was going to say
those are all good words.
They may reflect on that Interfaith Vegan Coalition. I'm sure that they'd love to hear you speak about this differentiation.
Right, but I have a clear distinction about not coming from any specific faith, but but spiritual and ethical, definitely yes. Religious, I would tend to expose a lot of the shortcomings of religion because I'm just a very straightforward person. But as far as ethical and spiritual, yes, because those are real things in the now. But it's a lot more about.
Let me interject for 1 second here, Dharmendra. I think what we need to do is separate this steering committee from a separate Vegan Collective Intelligence meeting where we get to dive deep into collective intelligence.
Right, right now as a steering committee, you're just doing the overseeing. But I guess the point I'm trying to make that might have been missed, that I didn't make strongly enough, is the steering committee has to have a center, or it's what are you steering? How are you going to steer it if you don't have a center? If you're not a guide of your own consciousness, I mean, that's just to me a no-brainer. You got to. That's why I brought it in here in the middle of this steering thing, and I'm glad you asked that question because it gives me an opportunity to tell you where I don't know. I guess in my mind it was just implied, but good. Thank you for asking that. But it's definitely connected.
Beautiful.
I was noting the distinction between the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and the other group that I actually don't see here. I believe it was added. These are all the groups as they appear in Basecamp.
My only question would be, Ray, is how much this Interfaith Vegan Coalition would be open to the kind of things I've been discussing with you and Jamin for quite a while now. And Jamin's also actually been exposed with Nolan and Evan and Benjamin and Suzanne to some of it already. I just don't, I mean, I'd be open to definitely joining some of those, whatever's going to evolve out of that, to see where it's going. But if I don't want to get into arguments about religion and what's this and what's that, because that's all just that stuff we were talking about in the earlier meeting, constraints. And that's the constraints are the things you got to get off your chest in order to get to the visioning that all this stuff you're presenting is about.
Yeah, I think the Interfaith Vegan Coalition is a lot about trimming out the differences between faiths and religions, organized religions, and personal explorations of faith, but being very respectful to each of the different faiths that may be contributing to the conversation. The other group that I intended to create was one that was specifically about organized religions and reaching out to the influencers, influencing the influencers, because there's obviously a huge amount of movement that can create from getting in touch with the Pope and other people. But
well, in that sense,
a third group out of this.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, any of these topics can be brought into the centering essence of accelerated collective evolution, is how I call what I do, and be elucidated and brought into, you know, total crystal clarity about what it involves and how to take a part in that, how to become a facet of it, how to, you know, manifest it. Sure.
You mentioned that you're doing a campfire discussion about it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Not necessarily the campfire that I just like the idea in base camp of a campfire, but I would use that theme, if it's okay with you, borrow it to do a Zoom called something to do with centering radical intelligence, radical collective intelligence, campfire. And that becomes one of our new Zoom topics. It has to be, that's kind of like a centralizing element, no matter what subject you're on.
And I think that'd be up Sailesh Rao's alley as well, because he's talked about in his books how he's come up with a lot of these concepts through meditation, just putting everything down for a while and trying to make all the pieces that don't fit into something that's coherent and actionable.
Well, I've spent years trying to do that myself by getting into all kinds of different transmissions on the planet, everything from Islam to Sufism to Hasidism to Kabbalah to, I won't go on and on too far, but Taoism, Buddhism, Zen, you name it, and ones people haven't even heard of. So I really am pretty well, at least familiar with most of them. And if Sailesh Rao is interested and we want to have a discussion, I'd love to talk with him, because I do pick up from him a very deep meditative vibration. So it'd be a great guy to and I believe he lives it too. So I believe he'd be a great guy to open up some of that stuff with. I don't have any direct contact with him though, so that would have to come through channels such as you or whoever, or Jamin, whoever, or however that would work, because I don't have any direct, you know. I mean, I am on his
Facebook right now, so but he's going to be back at the end of the month. So
well, the good thing is he only lives about 15 miles from me. He just lives around not far, but no, but I'd be open to that for sure. Sure.
That was in reference to the Vegan Collective Intelligence Group.
Yes.
Do we have a leader for that group?
I'd like to volunteer. Go ahead, Benjamin.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of been Jamin's role. Jamin, you know, at some point, if you ever want to pass the baton off to Suzanne and I, we are willing to take this on too. We're willing to take on whatever kind of liaison service needs to happen between these base camp groups and creating a collective intelligence around it too. So, you know, we're open to that too.
Well, I would say that initially, I'd like to volunteer Dharmendra to be a provisional leader of that group for the reasons that he is now articulating with his cutlery on his ceramic china.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Anyway, I thought that was just your way of saying, yeah, boom. Anyway, anyway, I'd like to volunteer Dharmendra for that on an interim basis, and then I'm happy to, you know, or we could co-lead it. You know, I'm really not zero attached as to leading or not leading, and we could even do it as a group thing. So why don't we just either take that offline or whatever? But I think we're the usual suspects to be rounded up. Suzanne, Benjamin, Dharmendra, Jamin, and anyone else, frankly. Ray, love to have you. Anyway, we'll figure it out. So
Yeah, I agree with you on everything you just said, Jamin. Let's do it like that and leave it open for right now and leave it as is until it gets a little bit more fleshed out and solidified. Because we haven't really started digging into it yet at all. Not in my opinion, because we haven't even had one Zoom yet about it. Enough said, though. We should really cover all these other topics.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Guys, I'm really sorry. This is Ann. I've got an 8:30, so I gotta jump off. I'm really sorry to miss the rest of this conversation about the rest of the survey. So the question that I have overall is that there are a number of these topics that I would like to be a member of and work on. And then there are probably 2 or 3 that I would be interested in leading or co-leading. And so if by next week, someone can help me to kind of figure out how to make decisions about what to do and how much work these are going to be and how many each of us should choose to be on from the steering committee. So I have a grouping of questions about that. And otherwise, I can't wait to, I guess, hear the rest of this conversation and get back next week. Thank you.
You have the survey, right? You have the link to the survey?
Oh, yeah.
Just add yourself to wherever you like. I think there's going to be a lot of sorting out and then prioritizing once we realize how much work each is going to be. But you can kind of gauge by how much you want to be involved in each topic and even just, take a real back seat and just kind of observe and join the conversations whenever you can. But the ones that you get real passionate for, put yourself down as a organizer. And a lot of the times those roles are going to be very much, that not a lot of leadership required. It's more of a, the momentum, the people that can make sure that the next meeting gets organized and
so more facilitating than leading.
Yeah, there's probably some that like I think Jamin leads a lot more in his group because he's got a lot more to download to everybody about these different concepts. And
so, Ray, where would she put that down at? Like who's like organizing the group membership-ish?
We haven't, some of them, the groups that already exist and are already meeting, they've already got leaders. But right now, just essentially the checkbox is you're interested to lead this group. You could be a co-leader. There could be somebody already leading the group. It's something that'll get sorted out as the groups start to meet. So
basically, you want Ann to fill out this form, and then someone will be in touch with her from the groups. Once
We'll immediately add everybody to the base camp, and you'll start to get notifications online. And sooner or later, somebody will announce that we're going to have a Zoom meeting, and everybody will have a powwow.
Great, cool.
Okay, thank you all.
Bye, Ann.
Bye, Ann. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Ann. See you soon.
I had created this other group, Religious Tradition Study Group, to seek influence, to influence the influencers amongst world religions. So that's kind of taking the organized religion out of the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. But one thing that struck me as we were talking about it, that, these are all the different projects that are in the survey. I've separated out discussing what Teams is all about into a second process. And part of that is because the names are something that I want to get into the specific origins of what each of the team names refer to. But I've created an extra one. These 4 are based off of the double loop system of systemic model of systemic change. I've added one that Jamin suggested called Narrative in Mythology. And it was originally going to be a project, but I decided that it was something that is a mindset that applies to every group. Every project needs to take their data, their understandings, and turn them into stories. So these protectors, trailblazers, hospice workers, illuminators, storytellers are resource people that can help each group. If there's a group that doesn't have any storytellers in it, that's a problem. We've got to try to find ways of mixing it up. Hospice workers is a very specific kind of approaching problems. Rather than just saying, yeah, everybody go vegan, you have to recognize that there's people that can't afford to go vegan and that they need special hand-holding through this process, and some won't be able to continue into the new agricultural system that we've devised. So that's one. And I was thinking that because the Vegan Collective Intelligence Group is kind of the liaison to any of these other groups that might need that specific kind of guidance, that may be a group that would be better off as a team. I'm just bringing it up now because this would be a good time to talk about that, I suppose. Or put a pin in it and we'll come back to it after I finish reading the different introductions.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
So that was Vegan Collective Intelligence Group. Compassionate Commerce Study Group. Commerce, we know, is something that is governed by money currently. So what does a compassionate commerce system look like? And right now, most people would say that corporations feed the bottom line of their shareholders and don't have any compassion for anything else other than that. So this is a way we decide what that's going to look like before we build our new system. Industrial Hospice Study Group is a rename from End Subsidies Group. Because, and I've mentioned it earlier, that I think that subsidies are one of the last steps that we remove before an industry completely fails. That this whole process of removing the structures that keep our current systems in place is something that not only we need to pay very close attention to, there's times when we need to help it along. Most systems are, as I mentioned, living and they're kind of dying on their designated time. They've outlived their usefulness in most cases. But we have to watch as systems collapse because everything that we do that endangers, in scare quote, our economy, we'll have people that say, you can't end animal agriculture, it'll ruin our economy, it'll crash our economy. We have to have that mindset of stepping from one canoe to another. We need to get out of the canoe that's sinking, but we can't just jump or else we're going to end up getting soaked and bringing the whole system down. So that hospice, that taking an industry and watching how it is put down, essentially. There's always case studies from the past that we can study, like Ontario has completely shut down its coal-fired power plants, and the industry, went through its death throes, and it was quite dramatic and very telling. An extremely arrogant lobby group that suddenly became very polite and willing to negotiate. So that's the Industrial Hospice Study Group, the Land Rehabilitation Study Group. We've of course got our experts that are going to examine and get the close science on how we rehabilitate our land. Part of that is deciding how much of the land that we're using right now to produce food in one way might be better off producing it another way, or might be better off as a forest, and find ways to monetize forests where necessary. And that, skipping one for a second, that feeds to the Veganic Permaculture Study Group, which I've kind of just described that. Different methods of agriculture that are future-proofed and will work hand in hand with a rapid reforesting of our planet. Vegans Dismantling Systemic Oppression Study Group. I think it was at the beginning of this talk, I made a little speech about how all social justices are related. This was originally a study group that was specifically about kind of getting the macho out of the vegan movement, which is a very interesting topic in and of itself. But feminist issues and anti-racist issues, all these are very important to keep together in this study group, because we have to recognize this interrelated oppression, the systemic oppression that is keeping everybody down according to the rules of colonialism in particular. Changing Jobs Study Group. This is, of course, going to be familiar to anybody who's said that people should go vegan. The response is, well, what about the poor farmers? What about hunters? What about people who make a living as veterinarians? If you are building a vegan world, you have a responsibility to make sure that you're bringing as many people along with you. So changing jobs. We see parallels of this in the environmental movement. They aren't just going to say, close down the oil fields. They're looking for ways to transition pipe fitters from the oil fields into the pipe fitters needed in the green energy, building the green energy infrastructure. Unifying Vegan Study Group. Vegans don't get along. We got a lot of, we mentioned there's a lot of different kinds of vegans, and there's a lot of different temperaments to veganism. And it's, especially among those other isms, the other social justice movements, usually social justice is something that you kind of earn, you kind of grow into it, especially if you're a person of color, you live in a family that's of color. Veganism sneaks up on people. New vegans are either extremely quiet and kind of closet vegans that don't really want to create turbulence, or they're horrified at their past choices and they want to jump in as loud as kicking and screaming as possible. So unifying the languages of how we approach the vegan world is important, and there's lots of different conclusions that will come out of that study group.
I wanted to tell everybody that I'm probably going to be joining that group, because not only am I interested in unifying vegans, I also would like to kind of help build a bridge between vegetarians and vegans, because animal agriculture is at the heart of the climate change. And so, yeah, that one I just want to let you know. I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you that, but that one
that's good. If I get all the way through the list and everybody goes, yeah, that was great.
And since you spoke
up, not passionate about anything there. Goodbye.
And since you spoke up, Carrie, I'd like to also nominate you to expand whatever role you would naturally play there to include kind of being the ambassador from the vegan world to this broader context of issues and solutions, et cetera, including SRM and collective intelligence, et cetera. Yeah, anyway, just food for thought since you spoke up. Thank you.
Okay, so we also got the Thriving Systems Study Group, which was a very broad group. It ended up getting an awful lot of questions, a lot of the ones that didn't fit in other places. But it's really looking at how do you build a system if you're allowed to start from scratch, rather than our history kind of builds our culture for us. If we wanted to start from scratch, what sort of things do we make built into our system? Does it start with minimum basic income or universal basic income? Does it start with it? I'm sure there'll be collaboration with the Aquarius group talking about currencies and how there's different methods of wealth, of measuring wealth and assigning wealth. So the Species Education Study Group is including vegan outreach. It's understanding speciesism and expressing the different forms of activism of how to reach people and explain what speciesism is all about. It's a new word to a lot of people. So, and a lot of, because it's kind of the newest social justice on the block, and it kind of has to try to find its space, and hopefully in a way that's polite and manages not to create more enemies than friends. Normalizing Vegan Food Task Force is the one that I described earlier about how we're just going to try to feed people and teach people how to make vegan food and just get excited about it. Help them try to find where their vegan food is in their neighborhood and create up networks, local networks, and try to make it very much a local issue. Try to get your local groups. I'm living on the edge of Toronto, really, in the East End, and there's not an awful lot of vegan restaurants around here. There's a lot of vegetarian restaurants, a lot of ethnic restaurants, and I think that there's, rather than meeting all the vegans out in the West End, we need to start building our own culture locally. And part of that is to be an evangelist for food in general. Our cultures have become extremely fast, and we live out of processed food, and we don't give enough respect to the time it takes to prepare food. And I think that becoming vegan is another opportunity to rewrite how we, nurture ourselves, both just by stuffing food into our mouths, but also using food as a way to relax. I mean, making food is a kind of a lost skill that a lot of people enjoy once they've rediscovered it. And this has been, to a large degree, my wife's experience. She didn't like to cook when she wasn't vegan. Now she's a chef. She's gone to chef school. New Economy Study Group. So that's very similar to the Thriving Systems Study Group, but taking very much the economy as the central role.
Hey, Ray, I just want to add one point.
Hello?
The regarding that food one, I just want to add one point. And I want to add that to Jamin or Melissa before. The potlucks are the amazing thing that bring people together. And I know a lot of vegans survived when they go vegan. First step is the potluck saved them, and they're curious, and somebody's always there to mentor. Like, how did you make this? I'll share the recipe, and that in-person connection. And then it also grows as a catering. Like, a lot of people, they just make a sample and people eat that and like, can you make this for my Thanksgiving? Can you just supply order? I got it, don't worry. It's like, yes.
Yeah, and I went to a potluck a couple of years ago, a Thanksgiving potluck for Thanksgiving weekend. And 200 people having dinner together. That was
wow,
quite profound. Nature Stewardship Study Group. So if everybody went vegan, what do we do with all the animals? What kind of animals are they? Are they going to be, I mean, we're going to reduce the number of animals grown for food, hopefully to zero. There's certainly a role for all the farmed animals in our lives. The domestic animals probably still have a role to play in the grasslands and so forth. I've witnessed rescue chickens survive in the wild, so that it's not, even though they're largely man-made animals to a degree. The selective breeding over thousands of years now is kind of made them more part of the human footprint than of the animal footprint. But of course, that wildlife footprint has got to grow. It's especially that there was Saileish's presentation, if you've ever seen the bubble graph of the transition from tiny little dot that was the human race, which has grown into this huge dot with 10 huge dots of livestock as part of their biomass, dwarfing the wildlife that, where Vegan World 2026 is chosen that year because that's the extrapolated year where we lose all of our wild vertebrates if nothing is done. So Nature Stewardship Study Group deciding how do we share this planet with wild animals and help them restore the biodiversity. Kimaya's $1 million vegan video production. Celeste had this one at the last minute, and there's going to be a series of informational videos that will be featuring Kimaya and maybe some of her $1 million vegan friends. And so developing script ideas and bringing productions to life. You can almost see it now. I haven't actually seen all the ones that are produced. I just saw one of them. How many productions are there now?
There's two that we've seen, and they, oh man, every time I see them, I just want to cry. They make me so emotional. They're so amazing. And Kimaya is such a great spokesperson. It's really fantastic.
And she's such an emotional speaker as well. You can tell that she's not making this up. This is like coming from inside. And the last one's Climate Healers Groups. This is, in contrast to all the other groups that are going to be online think tanks incorporating people from all over the world, this is more of an opportunity to create groups in your neighborhood. If you think if you've already got one in your neighborhood, you join it. If you don't know if there's one, when you sign up, and you'll find out if there's one in your neighborhood that you'd be able to join. If not, you can bring your environmentalist and vegan friends together and form your own Climate Healers group. There's a handbook on how to do so, and it will involve public screenings of Sailesh's films, and presumably a lot of the materials that we develop will be shared in person and at events that they create or participate in. Whatever happens in your neighborhood, there's probably an opportunity to share your Climate Healers groups and be part of the thermostat species. So I think that's all of them. So I saw some hands waving, so I'll assume that there's a lot of enthusiasm, even though it was pretty silent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a question, or I can go in the sequence if somebody's not there.
All right, let's see. Who's been in the queue for a while? Wait, please raise your hand or speak up since I can't see you. I can't see everyone. Okay.
Shankar is waving his hand. You have something to say?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Shankar.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. It's question mainly Ray or anybody can help. What I like is I saw this and a couple of questions came to my mind, and I'm so happy I can share this in this platform. First, what I want to understand about the groups is there any, by joining the group, like is somebody spreading too thin, or is there any dedicated responsibilities like if you commit as an organizer? I mean, I understood facilitator is the term I understood here for the organizer until it picks up. Then the team member, but how we are expecting, what is like a group, what is the expectations within a group? Is the task or is it a goal? Because why I'm specifically asking this is, all the questions, all these groups, I'm trying to see, can I come up with a group called Vegan Goals, where I want to straight away go to the action items, like who is doing what, what's done, how the goal is accomplished. So for example, today you had a vegan food, it could be as simple as a goal that you recognize. And I want to list it and I want to see that accomplishments happening. I would love that. And I still want to check with Ray, because if Ray is already tracking the project, it could be something already in your project. So I don't want to duplicate. If it's not there, I can just, so that there is a clear clarity of goal is accomplished, goal is accomplished, goal is accomplished, so that it's moving forward. I want to see that step moving forward. thinking but translated into actions, thinking translated into actions, and the goal accomplished. That's one thing I wanted to ask. Maybe I have little patience.
That's a facilitator mindset right there. That's what I was talking about, making sure that things stay proactive, because a lot of these groups you could get into the pitfall of, kind of talk and get excited about stuff and then do nothing, and then you have to wait until next week and then talk about the same things over again. Always being proactive, and the base camp is designed to have places where you can kind of talk about things idly. Sometimes those campfire chats are what's going to surface new ideas, post different things that are in the news, and eventually one of them is like, wow, we got to do something about that. The to-do list over here is something that is probably what you're talking about, that anybody can create to-do lists and assign, they can be assigned to different people, or they can also be consecutive, so that one to-do can lead to another. Notify so-and-so when this to-do is done. And it's kind of a central place where you can store all your documents and files that are relevant to the task force. And there's a schedule that allows you to keep everybody on the same page.
Yes, I want to see both as an operational task, like managing or maintaining the housekeeping part. The other one is more of an impact outside as a goal. I'm really interested in that goal. Like for example, if Jamin says solar, is it like one solar installed or some kind of a measurement done to accomplish that part, and it's a significant for the person who is coming up with. That's all the goal is then. And one more, that's one of the things, but I'm in no rush. I'll follow it slowly. I'll understand. I'll reach out to you, Ray. You can help me, or Jamin, or anybody in the group. So I'm not.
Which topic are you thinking of? Are you thinking of a particular topic, or just in general, each group must?
Yeah, that's why I don't know whether it's a group or it permeates all the groups. Is it more of, I'm interested what in each group the goal they are accomplishing? Like, I understand the think tank part, but what do
you think about sharing the results of each group, what they've accomplished?
Yes, the goal reached. Like,
well, and if you don't mind me chiming in, but also could be this role from the steering committee could work with the team leads of each group and help to guide toward goals, know what the goals are, and then report back to the steering committee. This is what the groups are working on, and like that. I don't know what that would be called, but I'm thinking that would be wildly valuable.
Yeah, we don't want to get too siloed where everybody's working on their own thing and nobody's talking about the progress or talking about what they're working on, what kind of barriers they're hitting, because somebody else in another group may go, oh, we could totally solve that barrier. But you don't know that until there's a discussion between groups. Part of that, I suppose, would be answered in this. Part of it was already answered by the Vegan Collective Intelligence has the ability to be aware of what each group is working on. In addition to all the different specific thematic and proactive activities involved in the projects, I want everybody to choose at least one of the teams to belong to. And they're kind of customized according to your personality and your perspective on activism and your outgoingness and your perhaps sentimentality for the people who might get left behind. All these different things are important and not specific to any project, but probably specific to all of them. And I've added the narrative and mythology of the storytellers. Some people are going to come up with solutions. This is what we want to see happen, but we can't see how people will get excited about it. And usually the answer is there's some problem with the story that's being told. It's not exciting enough. It's not inclusive enough. It's doesn't have an air of possibility that needs to be added to it.
Yep. Ray, I'll touch base with you. If you have to call it a different name or anything, I'm fine. Okay, I'll try to understand, and if we can all translate it into a group if it needed. And if Basecamp already has a name for it, I'm fine with the name. I don't have to call it a goal. There is already a name. I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we could discuss it further.
Jamin here, I've got a couple of comments on a couple of the groups. So one, is this a good time for me to comment on? Okay, so on the white paper group, and you may want to stop the screen share so we can all see each other a little better. But on the white paper group, I would suggest that we add to its stated purpose, basically making it an evolution, making the white paper itself, making the white paper itself an evolution through conversation, an exploratory conversation. And so there might be a taxonomy of questions, right, or subtopics within the white paper. And some of those might effurcate into, further subdivisions, et cetera, so that we can really root down, because somebody might say, hey, where are you getting that piece of data from? Let's, make that a conversation. Why not? It's like just full transparency so people can root, anyway. So
I think I expressed one that politics of the data is as important as the data itself.
Absolutely. Politicization of, if that's a word, of the data, right? But just more generally, just, enabling people to root down and really flesh out a particular area. If they've got something to add, or if they've got questions about it, if something's ambiguous, flag it. Better we resolve all this stuff internally than be at some press conference about the paper and we get asked a question and we got our pants down because we don't know how to answer it, right? Anyway, that's all. Just make it a conversation, make it an evolution. Maybe even use something like GitHub for version control, but you probably have something up on Basecamp for version control, I would imagine. But anyway, evolve it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if there is something like version control for Basecamp. I want to look into that.
Okay, but if not, whether it's up on GitHub or whether it's just a Google Doc, but have some facility for evolving the paper itself, right? And branching it out into its related, other content, right?
I'm glad you brought that up, Jamin, because as I'm giving it out to people, and then I go on Basecamp and I see like, oh my gosh, who's actually read the white paper? And I've caught a bunch of typos and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I just want to make sure that, that we all are doing the same thing and doing the right thing in regard to the white paper.
Anyway, I don't know how to do it. I'm just saying, let's make it part of the directive, part of the description of that topic is the ongoing evolution of the white paper, and making it a conversation, right? And making it a conversation that can have a lot of meanings. One of which is, invite in the Alan Savorys of the world, the climate scientists, and say, hey, we'd like to review this with you, right?
Yeah.
Is any of this new to you? Does any of this contradict anything that let's really.
That one's guaranteed to fly in the face of most climate scientists' understanding, but we really need to stretch their ability to engage this front, because there's either we've left the keys of the data to the agriculturalists, who by the scientific method are not the people that you give the keys to. If they say livestock on their business card, as is on the card of the guy who headed up the paper to rewrite the number of the percentage attributed to livestock. He worked for the ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute. Livestock disappears, he's out of a job. And out of a funding source, which is probably a lot more important. If they are consistently funded by livestock interests. And part of, I mean, it's the most ridiculous bias in the world. They had the Cattlemen's Association fund this research.
If Philip Morris funded research on tobacco, they'd come back with the fact that smoking is good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so thank you for everyone for your contributions and support in what we just discussed.
So these groups will all be populated and will have interesting things to report. I think part of what it just occurred to me, the answer to Shankar's question, who's going to be making sure that the information is disseminated, I think that comes down to me. I just realized, oh, it's that guy. I have to have a little bit of an invested interest in each of these groups. So as they, hopefully I'll be able to detect those moments where I go, oh, you know, those guys over there, we're talking about this and they have a solution. One thing I wanted to mention that I can see that these groups may expand. I have a new item. Benjamin, you want to say?
Yeah, I kind of envisioned there once we have these team leaders, eventually getting them together and updating each other at that point. You know, like they're going to be able to summarize that information for us.
Hopefully it won't all be on
hopefully
you.
it won't be all on you.
And
right?
we can step in and help too.
Yeah.
One thing I was going to say about how these groups may change is that each one of them had questions from the conference that were either organized into either shift, so an economic shift, environmental shift, spiritual shift, or new model. So an environmental new model or an economic new model. You're either working within the mess that we're in right now and trying to shift it to something useful. And it may be, you know, just part of that hospice narrative of you put it down while somebody else is building the new thing. So there's some people that are more comfortable in the status quo, and there's some people that are we're just going to go ignore everything that's going on. We're going to be over here building the new system. And we'll tell you when we got it ready. And it'll be ready to be put in place as soon as the old system starts to crack. And that's one of those jobs of the people that are in the old system, is to watch for when it cracks, because you may want to speed up your timeline because the economy is starting to fall apart. We're headed towards a recession, apparently. And an El Nino. That could complicate a lot of things, accelerate a lot of things, or slow down a lot of things. If people's finances are under threat, then they're less interested in those global kind of conversations, which is unfortunate.
Anyway, one other comment I had is about the topic of vegan collective intelligence and this sort of ambassadorship function that I mentioned in reference to unifying vegans, because in a way it sort of maybe, you know, involves both of those groups, unifying vegans and vegan collective intelligence, this ambassadorship to other realms outside of veganism, like SRM, like collective intelligence, like arcology, like. And so I just wanted to mention that if it were me, I would probably put it in the vegan collective intelligence group, that ambassadorship role, because, you know, the interactions will be at the level of intelligence, right? Sharing information, collaborating, co-creating, and integrating the big solution, right? That I just wanted to put that on the table because that's where it seems to fit the best to me, and just wanted to put that out there.
And I'll just chime in real quick and say I wholeheartedly agree with that, and it just seems to be in the spirit of the very name, Vegan Collective Intelligence, that it has that function naturally. So I'll just throw that in as my vote
of yes also on that. Just seems to fit.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dharmendra.
Oh, I was gonna add, because you had mentioned, Ray, that that these would possibly expand, but if some groups are left not, no one signed up for them, we may want to think about combining some that make sense to, like the commerce with the economy and stuff like that, just to keep things, just so we don't lose, because I think it's all really valuable, and maybe it would make sense to work them together if we don't have that much people signing on to certain groups. It's just an idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking that there may be topics that may languish for a while. If they're burning issues, then it would be strange that nobody signed up for them. And it may be okay to leave some topics to be picked up later, unless they are full of the questions that were asked at the conference, because there were some groups that ended up getting an awful lot of questions. So if there's nobody to help answer them, then we may have to have a special meeting and talk about the topics, and maybe make it a little bit more sexy.
And also, I'm not sure how much involvement you've gotten from the large group of people that I know that we talked to on Basecamp, or how many people are involved with Vegan World 2026, but I think people may be hesitant to join a group because they don't really know exactly what it means. So if maybe we want to just keep it, like, even for me being on this call, like the first call, first of all, I went on all the wrong calls to begin with, but I'm evolving as a human being and not worrying about what anybody thinks about me. I'm just jumping in, and not everybody feels that way because they are afraid to be judged, or they're not good enough, or they're in the wrong group. So maybe if we just have like an invitation for a conversation of a group that you're interested in to see if it's a good fit. It's like, I don't want people to not get involved because they're afraid that they don't have the time to do it. I mean, I run into that all the time because that's all I do. I'm a community organizer, so I'm recruiting volunteers all the time. And, and people always use that. They use that, oh, I'm not going to have time. And my job is to try to, but they want to help and they want to get involved. But then they just have this negative thing that's associated with group work or volunteering. So I think, it's always my job to figure out how to make it work for them, how to get them to ease into it without scaring them off to begin with, I guess. So
there's probably elements of that in my job description. So any way you can help me, download right here.
May I chime in for a sec there on that note? Something just passed through my brain while you two were just talking there, as each of these groups, I'm just going to throw it out there. I have no idea how to do it or anything, but what if each of these groups did a little Zoom conference about themselves for each one, talk about making something sexy, and obviously the people in those groups must have passion for it. So I think that if they've be given the opportunity to use all these different mediums, visual, auditory, and all these mediums, and it doesn't even have to be 5 or 10 minutes, just to synthesize the essential points of whatever the group is. It doesn't even have to be pre-rehearsed. They could just do it live like we do, and just get into your vegan heart and say what it's about you're doing. I don't know, that might be interesting, and add it to each one of those little blocks that are each group, and then there's the little intro video or whatever there, or intro Zoom that can say what they are. I don't know, that would be something that would be interesting to me if I was looking through things and I saw little videos. I'd want to check those out. Oh, what are they saying there? What is that about? More interesting than just words on paper kind of stuff. And then if I'm interested, then I want to go deeper and read things, and what are the to-dos, and because there's steps you go into to get informed about things, and then to become a part of something, and then how much do you want to do. So I don't know, it just seems like it would be a nice step to break the ice.
Right, I like that. And also to have someone or two people from the steering committee that has the experience of facilitating just the conversation and what Jamin's been doing and what Benjamin's been, what you're all doing. Because if they don't know how to do it, then they're not going to get very far. I mean, we even struggle. So, I think it would be nice to be there to help them get started and then just kind of let them take over.
That's a great idea. Love it. Love it.
On that note, I know, Jamin, we've been using your Zoom license for all of this. And I don't know how feasible it is for you to attend every single meeting that arises out of this. So, I mean, I'm willing to contribute money towards a license. If other people want to go in on one, we could all share purchasing a license for Climate Healers 2026, and we could all kind of share the credentials, potentially start setting those meetings up. I did get a message from Jessica, I know it, about trying to schedule these meetings in advance too, and getting the Zoom details in it like a week in advance. And I think once we have our own account, like we'll be able to take care of all that, and not have to rely on you so much, Jamin. And just something to think about.
No, that's really good. That's really good. I fully support that. And I think the annual license, if you pay for it up front for the whole year, it's maybe like $150 or something like that. And that's the one Silas got, and he told me about it, so I got it. Very happy with it, because it lets you have these essentially limitless calls. So let's do that. And anyone who wants to contribute to that, get in touch with Benjamin. Yes, go ahead, Shankar.
Yes, we can do, there is one thing we discussed about the gift economy. So we could actually do it internally, so that because if everybody contributes or something, like whoever, it could be still a very less. And not only for this, whatever infrastructure we need, we can just get prepared, and definitely would help for the days that we are really.
Yeah, maybe put together. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I mean, the point is, like, not only for this, there are other things coming up, we don't know. And we can treat it as a gift economy right now, because the other currency, everything, we don't want totally to go the other way, but we are supporting each other. So.
Love it. Beautiful.
Isn't a basic Zoom account good for up to 100 people?
Well, that up to 100 people can be on a given meeting, right? But that doesn't mean you can share your account with 100 people for them to be able to set up meetings with it. That's the fundamental difference. But I think if we did it with a small number of people, which I think is what Benjamin was suggesting.
What's the difference in the language here? Hosts, so the free is host up to 100 participants, and the pro for $20 Canadian is includes 100 participants. I thought hosts would have been the basic host a meeting, right? Oh, a 40-minute limit is one of the limitations.
That obviously won't work for us.
Yeah.
We can't even get a meeting.
You mentioned that Shailesh has an account, right?
Yeah, Silas has an account. Yeah. And he was very happy with it, so I got the same account.
So that should be at our disposal. I don't know if he's using it while he's in India. So from the selfies and the photos, it seems like there's a lot of in-person meetings going on.
I think we can create a rooms for my office. We use that. So, but I don't know how, I didn't figure that out, how to do that. There is a rooms so that particular, for example, particular group is one room. Nobody jumps in the middle.
That's a really good point, especially if we have, because I think with one account you can only have one meeting in parallel. So we should probably budget for either multiple accounts, or they do have these kind of bundles where I don't know if it's 5 people or 15 people or something like that for like a small enterprise kind of thing. So I think someone should take that on as a project to review our options there and figure out, what do we really need? Is it multiple of a given account or a bigger group account? And then bring it to the group maybe next week and say, these are our options. Benjamin, you're volunteering to take that on? Thank you. Awesome. You're the perfect guy to do that. And let's get this Zoom thing figured out. But I love the idea of us contributing to make it happen. That's a great plan. Wow. Look at how far we've come. Exciting stuff, everybody. I mean, it's just amazing what you can do when you bring such wonderful people together with such wonderful intention, right? To Dharmendra's earlier point about, what is our core? What is our center? I remember when I started getting seriously into the vegan thing, some of my other radish colleagues were like, hey, Jamin, you're kind of distracting yourself from what should be your core mission as collective intelligence. You're spreading yourself thin. And my answer to them was very clear. The vegans got the juice, right? The vegans have the heart, have the soul, the spirit, right? And they're willing to jump into this collective intelligence thing. So we need them, right? We need the vegans. And it's just been the most wonderful thing for us. So I really see the vegans likewise, forming such great connections with these other movements. And we formed this, United Nations of Movements. One big solution. So we can say, Greta, right? You've complained to us very passionately about, your frustration, disappointment, anger, rage, that we have created all these problems and we are not doing anything about it. Well, yes, we are. Here it is. Here's our proposal. What do you think? And if you like it, help us promote it. Right? Right back at you, girl. Right? You wanted an answer? You wanted a solution? Here, boom. And it's the whole SRM, veganism, collective intelligence, arcology, holistic land management, holistic ocean management, cleanup and deacidification, refreezing of the poles, boom, 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 right? All the way to radically transforming our entire economy and our entire set of living arrangements. These are different stages of evolution, right? I'd say building arcologies is far less urgent than, say, SRM, right? So, let's map this whole thing out. And this becomes a narrative that we can say, this is what we stand for, right? And that's obviously a very big conversation because it's going to involve these multiple movements. Let's have one solution. Granted, it's a basket of other solutions, so be it, but let's make it one integrated thing, right? So that we have an answer for Greta.
You mentioned Greta, and God love her. And when I saw her in an interview, and somebody asked her, well, what are you doing personally? And of course, she's not flying in airplanes. Everybody knows that. But the 3 things that she said was, first she said vegan, and then she said stop shop. And everybody just focused on no one even knows what stop shop is. That's amazing. But everybody just focused on the airplane and fossil fuels. It's just like, it's always like, it's like this gravitational pull, and the fact that she said she was vegan to mitigate climate change, like no one grabbed that on, like there was no traction off of that. And I was just like, I just thought that was very strange and disappointing.
I'd like to get,
if I may, just for a sec, hop in just for a sec. Sorry about that. It just occurred to me as we're sharing all this, and we're always talking about reaching into the big leagues and playing with the big players, and that as we're starting to open this up and put the fire squarely into our centers and start to liven up and enlighten up a bit and all those things, it just seems to me that people like Sailesh Rao and Jane Unchained, for instance, two people who obviously have a lot of prowess in the world and traction with climate healing and the vegan message, respectively, that at some point, somehow getting them involved in this just seems to me it would be a critical thing, because I have a feeling if both of them could be made aware of, and I'm pretty sure neither one of them are aware of, the kind of dialogues we're starting to have about the radical collective intelligence, Jamin, and things like this, that those people with that kind of prowess that could start to enter into these conversations, if we can catch them when they have a moment, because I know they're really busy. But if they can't stop the world, then it's going to be, that's going to be a true litmus test of how is anybody big we're going to grab, or bigger than anybody, out there doing these things, going to stop and find a center so that they can become even more powerful. Because I know what happens with a lot of people when they get cranking and they're really good at something is they kind of get so caught up in it that they lose that center, or they just ride on whatever they started with, but they don't keep I mean, maybe Sailesh does in some way, but he's very silent and very soft, but yet he's very effective and he's very out there all over the place. But I think if something like this could be introduced to him in a way where he could see his meditativeness and those qualities magnified back to him, I just think it would have a profound effect with him. And on the other hand, with Jane, just watching her as she is just one continuous movement, never stop. It'd be amazing to just see her stop the world for a moment and see what impact that might have on her. I'm just, really starting to look at this in a tactical way and trying to figure out, how do we really, through who we know right now, and instead of reaching for the stars, why not reach right next door, or just right up the next bend to people that are real to us now, and how we might start to strategically involve them in these kind of things. Because I just don't, I mean, this stuff is so cutting edge, brand new, and just because people are out there doing things doesn't mean they know anything about what we're talking about when it comes to radical and or vegan collective intelligence. Am I making sense? Is that
absolutely
ringing a bell? I mean, it's like, that seems to me to be a realistic first step, is to start to involve them, and at the same time, back to what you and I were and others were talking about in the earlier meeting, Jamin, is to start creating that radical collective intelligence Zoom weekly, that is, so we can get some prowess ourselves and start to become a little bit more powerful. And I know we'll start attracting people, because you can't not attract people when you're more alive, when you're more essential, when you're more, with the life force. And that's what we're going to be developing through our consciousness, through our hearts, and through our actions. That's what these radical collective intelligence, group campfires that we can start initiating as soon as we figure out the details. But what I'm saying is a realistic step to test it is to start approaching people that are bigger than any of us right now in the world out there, they're making an impact and have a message, and people are starting to listen, and it just to accelerate their message more, because those kind of people are the people that can reach already the big people. I mean, just with a little bit of magnification of what they've already got through us, we become like the mirrors of that in a really neat way. So anyway, just wanted to throw that in.
Love it. Thank you, Mendra. I want to try to get that first meeting scheduled here before next week, if that would work for you.
Do you want to nail that down right now in the middle of this meeting, or do you want to do it privately after?
Let's do it privately afterwards.
Yeah, because I think it's more appropriate after, because we're really trying to nail the vegan expansion here. So let's stick with that.
Cool.
You made me have a look at the calendar. Sailesh is going to be back on December 1st or 2nd. And maybe that's a good task to assign each group as everybody gets into groups right now, finds their leadership, has their first meetings, and keep that in mind that we should have a day where we present to Sailesh. Just have maybe a few lines, or maybe a Zoom meeting where we talk about what we've, this is the group that has formed, and these are our ideas.
Good. Yep.
Yeah, get a summary, a brief summary from each of the groups. Maybe we agree to keep the summary to 3 minutes and then 2 minutes a question, and then keep it moving so that we don't, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't get to the last 7 of you. So sorry. Ha ha ha. No. Boom, boom, boom. And keep the time every 5 minutes so that we cover everything in the first half an hour or the first 45 minutes or whatever. And then we have integration conversations about bringing it all together into one big synthesis and narrative. Remember, we got to boil this all down to a meme, a simple, preferably fun, thank you, Anne, thank you, Carrie, meme, right? Boil it down, right? So let me dial it back to something I mentioned 3 hours ago, which is the big sign that really condenses the message for me at the highest level of synthesis, including SRM and veganism and collective intelligence and others, which is climate change is real. So is the solution. Which side are you on? Boom. Doesn't that just make you wonder, what the heck is the solution? That's what we need to figure out. And I think if we together, SRM, veganism, and collective intelligence, and some other, important ones, social transformation and justice, and the holistic land management, but the holistic modeling and optimization of everything simultaneously, holistically, right? Anyway, these are kind of the core elements. Federation of Coastal Communities would be another. So anyway, those, with what I just mentioned all 6, I think. But that's the idea. This is, when we say this is the solution, let's have this United Nations, connection between veganism and the others, so that we can all agree to basically how we are going to join forces and present ourselves as a whole, as a unified whole. And what's our combined narrative, right?
And just personally, just because for the last 9 months, I've just been, inundated with the science of climate change and all the guest speakers that we have. And I go all around Northern Arizona to all these little communities, but then to end, because we take December off, I get a vacation, but to end it with this full realization that I can solve climate change by becoming a vegan through the animal agriculture and the holistic analysis of it. Like, I've just really been fired up on my Facebook, but that's like, I don't even know if a lot of vegans, veganism has been around forever, even know about that aspect of their lifestyle. It's like literally life-changing for me. And I'm just like doing my job, informing people and empowering them on climate change. And then I'm like, and here, I have this little brochure, and I'm like, here, if you want to fight climate change, change your diet. And I have this great little pamphlet that one of our comrades from the vegan world dropped off on my doorstep, and I love it. And so, but that's it. Whose side are you on? Do you even know what the sides are? So, I think that, but boiling it down, that's the biggest problem, because I did want to say that I've talked all about climate change, not me, but all my presentations, cause, effect, and everybody is just like, what can we do, Carrie? Like, where are those presentations? So I'm dedicating 2020 to solutions for my little grassroots. And so and of course, plant-based diet and animal agriculture are going to be at the heart of it. So yay.
I move that 2020 be the year of solutions. I love what Carrie just said. That sounds like a motto worthy of all of us. So yay for that one. I just feel like that just feels good in the heart.
Yeah, and just so you know, the Earth Day 2020 is the 50th anniversary, so we're leveraging that to the nth degree, right? Because 2020, there's a lot of great things that are going to be happening, and so Earth Day in April is a good rollout for whatever, you know, whatever materials or resources that we have that we can share, and however we decide we're going to share that with our communities, and then beyond that. Everybody loves Earth Day, so it's always a good way to tap into people's hearts. So.
And something way out in the astrophysical realm is that Pluto is now in the ancient I Ching hexagrams. The 61st hexagram, which corresponds to a DNA of the 64 DNA that are made of us. It's the 61st. It's about the inner mystery, and so never are we going to be for the next 3 or 4 years more in touch as a collective, because Pluto's the most collective of all the influences in the sky, to inner truth and mystery. So the more we can take advantage of that and dig in, the more that's where the solutions, at least on the collective level, can be very very profound if you tune into that kind of stuff. And you know, I found in watching it over the years, it tends to be true, even if you believe in it or not, because those influences are much bigger than us. And so, you know, anyway, just you know, the inner truth and the mystery and unraveling it is the collective work of the next several years on the biggest scale, the Pluto scale, which is bigger than Uranus and bigger than Neptune. Those are all collective, but Pluto's the biggest collective. So just to throw that in the background, hopefully lands somewhere in the background and supports a lot of this, to really trust, you know, our intuitions and our insights and our just go for it energy to create something very, you know, positive in the world, because that's what we're all aligned with, you know. The vegan bloodstream of this new body of collective intelligence. That's what the vegan is. It's the heart and the bloodstream. It's pumping life in everywhere into all the different parts of our body, which are all these different facets of this, the whole vegan thing. That's how I see it. It's just a body, and it has, the vegan the veganism is the blood. It's making it stay alive. Anyway, didn't mean to wax so poetic there, but anyway.
Thank you, Dharmendra. I have to go, so thank you so much. This was a great meeting. I'm excited, so I'm going to sign off. Thanks for everybody for hanging in.
Thank you, Carrie.
Yeah, I'll see you next week. I'm going to fill out my form and submit it, Ray.
We'll be looking for it.
Okay, bye, you guys.
All right, see you soon, Carrie. Take care.
Okay.
Actually, speaking of next week is Thanksgiving week, of course. Melissa and I are going to be traveling on Tuesday next week, so I will ask for someone to fill in for me on one fill in for the social club meeting, another for this meeting, or do we take the week off? Do we give ourselves a Thanksgiving break? That's a question for the group.
I'm willing. Yeah, we're willing to fill in for you, Jamin.
Oh, beautiful. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. That would be super cool. All righty. And great. So the show goes on, and whoever can make it will make it, and we'll record, etc. So, and I can just pass you my keys so that you can record, etc. Okay, awesome. All righty. Well, we've been on for 3.5 hours. And this is right on the heel. Huh?
Does anybody have any thoughts on those teams that I've described? The Illuminators, Trailblazers, Hospice Workers, and Protectors. There was somebody that was really excited to get the Illuminators going, and I think they already are as a group, but nobody's populated any of the other groups because they're kind of exist as opposed to what Illuminators is all about. All of us as activists and communicators tend to be illuminators. It's the nuances of the others. And I have added Jamin as one of the Trailblazers.
Yeah, I volunteer to be a trailblazer.
And as I'll add you to the storytellers as well.
Oh, please do.
I somehow see myself as a natural trailblazer too. I seem to be introducing stuff that's kind of, I think it's, the trailblazer for sure.
Yeah, I'll add you on right after we're done our meeting.
Okay.
One of the things I was going to say about story, when I said some of these groups may get a little stagnant or maybe discouraged that they've got so much opposition against them. One little switch in storytelling is that as activists, we tend to think of ourselves as the resistance. There's that system out there and we're resisting. I think we passed that point. I think that the future is ours, and these old white men in power are the resistance. They're digging in their heels. They're throwing all their money at everything that they can to keep the status quo the way that it is. And if you're familiar with Sailesh's storytelling models in his books, we are a cocoon. We're a caterpillar that's got into a cocoon. We don't really have any choice about it. It's something that's happening, and you're either trying to resist going into the cocoon and being part of the new system, or you're encouraging it. So which side are you on is a really good storytelling element, because it is proactive. It makes you either part of the group that's inheriting the earth, or the part of the bad guys that are just trying to make a little bit more money while we slide down the slippery slope of the human race has faced like no other time.
Beautiful. Oh, wow. Oh. I'd just like to take a moment and acknowledge us all for the just incredible transformational work that we're doing, setting this all in motion. By the way, can you guys hear me okay? It's a little bit windy out here. Okay, good, thanks. I mean, the vegan collective intelligence, I can tell you right now, it's more highly evolved than even the collective intelligence centered around collective intelligence itself, right? Although I'd say they're comparable, frankly. But the vegan one is just, this is so exceptional what we're doing. And I think this can become kind of the big push behind collective intelligence generally. And it can be actually the mission, the solution that helps bring the other solutions together. Because the vegans are the ones who have it closest, who have their hearts screwed on right. Never mind your head, your heart, your spirit, your being. And we have an opportunity to play an absolutely central role, not just in making veganism ubiquitous, but in bringing together the different movements, including SRM and collective intelligence, etc. So this is really, I think, right here is the tip of the rocket ship right now, and will probably remain so for days and weeks. Who knows how long to come. So good stuff, everyone.
Hey, Jamin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, real quick before we go. I don't know, are you familiar with the Happy Cow app?
Happy Cow app.
So
No.
when you're traveling,
When you're what?
yeah. So when you're traveling, you can find local vegan restaurants, or you can find pure vegan restaurants, vegetarian, and places that have options.
Yeah.
And even grocery stores too.
Grocery stores, vegan stores, all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah, check out the app. You just put in the city and state or country or whatever you're doing. Another thing is, in the comments, I posted some links for Melissa. If you're in your local area.
Okay, great. Thank you, Amira. Thank you.
And one thing off topic, if you don't mind, what is the weather like happening there? My daughter's flying to Seattle tomorrow.
Oh, it's kind of rainy and overcast and a little windy. So just kind of
Normal Seattle.
normal Seattle fall, which is pretty wet.
Okay, just want to give her the heads up. Okay,
Sure.
thanks.
Rain in Seattle is a weather report, but it's not news.
Yeah.
So I feels like we're winding down, so I just want to turn off your mic, Amir. I just want to throw in just a little something that I felt is what you said, Jamin, about the heart and veganism and all of it as the core of the radical intelligence, and it somehow feels so true to me that it's just been in the background all the time. And it's like, I'll just share a personal moment. It's like when we're doing the social club, I seem to come out a lot more boldly with the radical collective intelligence and the deep meditative awareness. When I'm in the vegan group, I feel a little more humble and a little more silent, because I feel so much more of that presence is already here in the vegan. Just by truly having the vegan lifestyle, you've already made half the journey. Half the journey's over already. The journey to find peace in your actions. The rest is just about getting it to go everywhere else, and to become a vegan in your mind and in your heart and in every aspect of you. Because I mean, yes, we, and I was thinking about it earlier. I mean, yes, when we're vegan, our actions have stopped spreading the violence. But if you just really pay attention, there's a lot of vegans out there that are still spreading violence through their emotions and through their thoughts. So I mean, how really vegan are you? How really deep has it gone? And but it's there. I mean, if you're doing it in your actions, eventually it's going to become inevitably part of the way you feel and how you express your emotions and how you think and how you express your thoughts. And and once those three are together, then you're basically open to higher influences. Once everything's in balance in your lower centers, then connecting with the source and even bodhisattvas, angelic presence, whatever you want to call it, is a no-brainer. The only reason we don't connect with, and we've lost touch with, natural spirits and all those things, which do exist all over the place, is because everything's all messed up in the three lower centers, in our physical and our feelings and in our thoughts. So I mean, and I think veganism is really, I mean, if you can get it all the way down to the root, which is where you have to start anyway, you have to start with loving the body. And what better way to love the body and all bodies except veganism? That's truly the first real step toward an actual practical, really humane way of being, human and mature, and and being what a human being should be and is worthy of being, and then inevitably it spreads. Anyway, just some thoughts that came up that are coming out now that I thought I would share.
Beautiful, Dharmendra. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Did we need to add a group that addresses that meditational approach to problem solving? Because I suspect it's not there thus far.
It is not. Otherwise, I would have already said that's the group. That's why I would say I'll do it. That would be the group, because I can do that. I am that. It's not just a matter of doing it. I am that. I own that.
How would you describe it? What's the name of the group?
There's just, I'll let you, you're a really intelligent guy, Ray, and I trust the way you'll structure it. But I will give you some key concepts like centering, which is like in the hara. You know what the hara is, right? Your dantian, your lower dantian, the center, the physical center point of your body, which is also the center point of everything, your spirit and all of it meets in wherever that very most, it's usually about 3 inches below the belly and 2.5 inches in. So the center point centering, which is related to the most concentrated, how should I call it, gathering of your essence, your truth, who you really are, beyond all the conditioning and beyond, you know, all the things that keep us blind to what the truth is. And accelerating our collective evolution together intentionally and volitionally, and in a very sort of celebrative, but not celebrative and allowed out there, but in a very inner silent sort of celebrative way. Just trying to give you some images to maybe, you know, inspire you to express it however you feel. Because the whole thing is if I can't pass on to you this sense of collective intelligence without, you know, micromanaging how I want you to say it, then I'm not really transmitting it. And so the point is if you get in touch with your belly, your center right now, and you sense your essence and what that might be like. Is it a sense of peacefulness? Is it a sense of spaciousness? Is it a sense of open-heartedness? Is it a sense of wisdom? Is it a sense of compassion? Is it a sense of fluorescence? Is it a sense of ecstasy? You know, I mean, all those things are connected with what essence is. And all those qualities, which, and when you're not taking, you know, a drug like acid to get there and using it like a joyride, but you're actually doing it intentionally, volitionally, consciously, it's amazing what kind of things you can do when you come up against problems and finding solutions, because you literally are in the solution space when you're in essence. So anything you come up against is going to have to align to you and your solution, not the other way around. There's no victimhood in that place. And I've never answered it quite like that before. I guess it's because you're asking me. It's always different every time, but I hope that gives you some inspiration. Express it however you like. You're also
any
a part
groups
of it.
that would automatically gravitate towards that? Is it part of yoga? Is it
all of those things? It's part of Zen. It's part of yoga. It's part of Kabbalah. It's part of it's part of Taoism. It's part of Sufism. It's part of Hasidism. It's part of any type of mysticism. It's part of what's traditionally known in India as an enlightened being, or a spiritual master, or a guide. Or that's the place you're getting in touch with in yourself. We all have it within us. It's not something that you need to go out and find. It's something you need to uncover. It's under all the conditioning. And once you uncover it, that intelligence is there with you always, and it's available for you at all times for anything you come up against in life. It also has a strange way of removing all the superficial things like greediness and pride, false pride, and false imagination and negative emotion. All those things go away too. So you lose a lot of the things that a lot of people in the world think are useful and valuable to become a successful person, which really they are not. You become more simple. You become more whole. You become more grounded. You become more more relaxed as who you are. And you may not become a super successful person if you get in touch with essence. Everybody's different. You just may become a very beautiful people everybody likes to be around. I mean, everybody's different, you know, and that quality will have a lot of usefulness too in introducing people to veganism if you're a very approachable, beautiful person. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, and there's lots of different ways you can look at it. You become multifaceted, you know, because essence is multifaceted. And every time you come into touch with it, it gives you a different facet. And the beauty of essence is whenever any lesson you get, you never forget it. And when it's needed by somebody out there from you, it will come out. It's not, you can't access it from memory because it's part of your being, and being is deeper than memory. It's deeper than the mind. It's deeper than the heart even, but it holds the heart. It holds the heart. it's the foundation of a good heart.
The other groups thus far have been study groups or task forces. Might this be
Right.
None of the above? Maybe this is a meditation group?
Well, if we do that, though, then because it's an active, interactive, open-eyed, sharing, and it's challenging you always to get in touch with it and offer up something you have to give. So I'd say it's all those things and beyond that. It's not separate from them or not those things. It includes all those things. Because as you get deeper into it, we're going to start playing with structures like the ones you've created with all of the things from the Vegan World 2026, while in those deeper spaces, and see what kind of solutions we can come up with those structures, which will be unbelievably a lot more effective in a lot of different areas, because we'll be able to open them up in ways we can't now, because we haven't learned how to quite maneuver that collective intelligence in ways where we can get behind those things yet. Because there's some things you got to learn first before you can do that effectively. So effectively getting in touch with your center and acting from essence.
Would the group be meeting and discussing those abilities and
they would be actually hands-on, user-friendly doing those things. There's certain qualities when you come into it. It's not about discussing, not until we're through silence really connected. And there's some processes that I would do to help us get to that place where we're present with each other and silent, but yet ready to share at any moment anything. But it's kind of something it's a knack that you have to catch. It's not an art, it's not a science, it's a knack. It's a little deeper because it comes from your being, and it's almost like when you open to it, your being teaches you. So it's not like you're going to come in with your agenda and say boom, boom, boom. You're going to come in with openness, and then the agenda will emerge. And then we can all become part of that agenda and enact it together. I don't know if that's explaining it, but it's really like that. It turns things inside out from what we're used to. It comes from a different place.
I wrote down seeking a global vegan essence meditation group.
Sounds good to me. I knew you'd come up with it. I like that. Can I be part of that?
Suzanne wants to speak.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I understand if it's a separate task force or project, and at the same time, it also seems to me kind of like either it fits in vegan collective intelligence as like maybe not a steering committee meeting, but maybe there's vegan collective intelligence also hosts a weekly meditation. And or if it's its own project, that's fine too. But the other thing I was thinking is it would be really interesting, Dharmendra, to have you help each of these task forces kind of get into that space together. So then as they go on their own trajectories, they have that experience to kind of fall back on.
You read my intent beautifully, Suzanne, because we've done this a little bit, I and Benjamin and Jamin and Nolan and Evan. So yeah, you're tuned in with me, and that is kind of what was the intent originally with all of it, is to come in and share that essential center, what I call centering essence, with all the task forces. But in the beginning, it does need to be isolated for a little while with just core people that are interested in catching it, because we all need to be able to communicate in the way you just did with me, and to really that really shows me that you imbibed what happened in the original, what we called the birth of this whole thing a couple of weeks back with all of us. So yeah, but I mean, in the beginning, I think as Ray was indicating, it may need its own isolated place to germinate just for a little while, maybe a month or two, and then it can emerge out, and even you guys and everybody else can also do that too, because it's a big work and it takes a lot of energy. It takes a tremendous amount of energy for me to jump into that higher consciousness and pull that down, because it just fries. That's why I work out an hour every day, because I have to stay in shape at 61, because it'll fry you. I mean, because the body only can go up to such a frequency before it just, you start burning nerve endings and stuff, unless you know how to regenerate yourself. So it's really helpful to have a collective to support that and to enact it too. So my emphasis in the next couple of months would be able to get a core group that's interested in that and teach all of us how to do it together. Because, and then we're always, it's amazing, it's hard to explain, but we're always connected somehow after that. And not in an active way, but just in a present way. And then somehow we all just help, we're always just looking after each other in a way that's kind of hard to describe, you know, but it works that way. And it's already started with some of us that have jumped into it. But so how does that sound to you, Ray?
Well, putting it into the survey will allow people to self-invite themselves to the group. Is that the best model at this point?
What I pretty much only have, ever since I saw how you laid out everything, I pretty much just got a yes to everything you say. I'm very trusting with you. I just get that sense with you. So I say yes to that. And also not just because I just said that, but because what you just said sounds like a good idea. So, yeah.
I think there might be some people in the Interfaith Vegan Coalition that will really resonate and they'll want to participate.
Yeah, and as far as interfaith goes, just on a quick little note, you know, in my dive for a decade or so into Buddhism and Zen is like, you know, relieving the suffering of all sentient beings. That's the Bodhisattva vow, and that's the deepest, until you become a Buddha, that's the deepest commitment of a Bodhisattva in the Buddhist or Zen tradition, you know, and that's the essence of veganism. I mean, and yet it's the highest of the spiritual masters I've been in the presence of and listened to and respected deeply. The highest teaching is compassion, and compassion is meditation plus love. It's the two together. It's not just meditation; it's meditation plus love, and that's what allows it the human and the all life reaching and touching and loving and tenderness element. You know, the meditation is beautiful, but it's a little bit, you know, highfalutin and exclusivist and elitist if it doesn't have that love to touch, you know. So yeah. So
yoga groups explain why they don't have to be vegan.
Oh my God, I have so many old friends who on my spiritual path who are still not vegan, and I put it right out. I have lost most of my friends. They don't talk to me anymore because I said, how the hell can you pretend to be a spiritual teacher teaching people to wake up, relieve the suffering of sentient beings, and you're still eating dead animals? Can you explain that to me? And so this one guy says, when you smell the barbecue, doesn't it make your mouth water? And I said, no, it reminds me of the burning ghats where they burn dead human bodies in India. And I went, ugh, that's what it reminds me of. And they didn't know what to say after that. And then another friend came in and just started, you know, just tearing the space, you know, anyway, never mind. It's just my personal stuff, because I have a lot of spiritual friends because that's mostly my focus in my life has been much more on that than anything else, as anybody who knows me would tell you. But yeah, yeah, that's just the strange thing about that.
Hey,
Yeah.
I've got an ooh, which is,
Oh, I love it.
Okay, what if we start a series of conversations that we map out from the get-go as follows, and we call it the Solution Series, right? And part one, led by you, Dharmendra, getting to our center and, you know, coming from essence, or however you put it, right? Part two, developing our narrative, but from zero, not from, hey, here's a bunch of bullet points that came down from upper management, turn this into a narrative, but simply coming from essence. What is our narrative? That would be part two, right? And then maybe part three, breaking it down into its natural sections, letting the orange fall apart into its natural sections. That becomes the beginning of the forest of taxonomies that then permeates all these different topics that all then need to be mastered, and we bring collective intelligence to all of it, but all of it came from essence. From
Yes, 1,000 times yes. You're giving me a heartgasm. That was beautiful.
Hey, don't tell Amira. She'll hate me.
Too late. She's right.
Oh no. Anyway,
a heartgasm. No, that's a really beautiful thing, because it's, you know, way up. It's, yeah. But anyway, yeah, I mean, yes, and yes. You just nailed it. And don't forget those points you just said, because that's the order we need to do it in exactly. So I hope you got that nailed. That agenda right there. I love the brilliance in this group. It's so brilliant. I mean, I love, Ray, the way you lay it all out and make it so like, wow, this is like Disneyland of veganism. I can go in and wow, this is really neat. I can look at all these things and all the colors and the little buttons and everything. And it's like, oh my God, it's so fun. And then Jamin, you come up with these ways of structuring the ideas and it just nails it. And it's like, bam, everybody, it's like, and what I love about you, Benjamin, is just you're tireless, man. You're like, anytime something comes up, I'll do it. That's me. I got it covered. It's like everybody's got a brilliance that they're not afraid to share. See, this to me, Jamin, with all due respect, is collective intelligence starting to come out. This is what I see as it's the brilliance. It's the brilliance. When the brilliance starts coming out and people start sharing with each other things that really work, that really make sense, that really show that we're all listening to each other too. And we're respecting what each other is saying, and we're creating platforms for each other to play on and interact with and mirror each other and start to, mix up this crazy world we're living in and see if we can come up with a different, solution than the one that we're all, part and parcel of right now and trying to figure a way, let's create our own labyrinth. Yeah. But it'll be one we know how to get through because we created it. So anyway, that was just a little bit of overjoy because Jamin, you really touched me there with that ooh, 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 and how you knocked out how we need to let this new thing that we've been started earlier today. Now it's catching some form. How we want to lay it into reality. So yeah, I'm totally in agreement with that.
Beautiful. And then as the narrative evolves into this forest of taxonomies of different topics and all the connections amongst them, then all of this evolves into the full enchilada, which itself is constantly growing and expanding, and more and more people are joining it, and it just becomes this thing that collectively is called the solution. This giant enchilada with some vegan sauce or something, spelling out Napoleon Dynamite style, spelling out the solution on top of the big enchilada.
All right, so we got a solution network happening.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's finally now starting from our centers, coming from essence, building the narrative from there. No bullet list from upper management. What is the narrative? What is coming from essence?
Right, and that's the thing that will unfold spontaneously with all of us in our intent and presence to do so every time we do it. You can't come in with an agenda. The agenda will find us and take us. I swear on my life.
I love it.
So
I love it. Oh my goodness, that's it. And then it just this is the center and the essence and the starting point that we've been groping for, right? It's like we've got this huge tunnel boring machinery that we've been developing over the years, but we just need a starting point and a direction, right? And this gives us that, and then we just bore from there, right?
Right. Yep. So this is the center. This is the center of the because we're still in the vegan meeting. So this is where it started. And you see how we didn't have to have an agenda to find that. We didn't come into this to say we're going to find the vegan center and this is it. Blah, blah. We didn't do that.
Right.
See, what I'm saying is what is actually happening. That's how it works. That's a perfect example. What's happened today is exactly how it works. And I just said it onomatopoeia. Just said it like 2 minutes ago. That's how you do it. The agenda will find us. Yeah, we found the center because I feel everybody right here, right now, present here, has a center, and it in some way or another, because we wouldn't be sitting here otherwise. And I can just feel that. I feel the resonance of the center, and not to downplay the heart, but it's deeper than the heart because the source of life comes from your center. Your heart is the expression of it. It's the creative expression of it. Your being, your center is the source of it. So, and I think, as I say that, I think every single one of us can feel a little bit of like a zzz, down in there, maybe in a really soft, sweet, melty sort of way, but it's still a zzz, and it's there. And if anybody doesn't, let me know, and we'll just breathe it all into you. But I'm joking, because I'm pretty sure everybody does.
Wow. Totally felt that, brother.
Yeah.
You know, as I look at our faces, what I'm really seeing is like just different facets or perspectives of the same whole. We are that multicellular being. Coming from this unified cellular center, right? Oh, well, my center tells me this. Well, no. Let's all be together, which is what we're doing.
Yep. And you know, Jamin, this is the actual birth of it tonight in the vegan sense, because it happened a couple of weeks ago through the that marathon social club we did. That was the beginning there, and I guess it was more it was more mental, but it was still real. I mean, it was still essence. But this to me feels like essence is birthing through our hearts, and that's why we're feeling that zzz down in our being, because it's got to work a little harder, the being, to get it to open in the heart. It takes more energy than it does in the head. It's easier in the head. It takes more work in the heart. It takes more sincerity, and it takes more staying power, and it takes more proof in the pudding, and willingness to actually stand behind all this. And just the way the discussion has gone in the last maybe 20 minutes too has shown that there's a lot more oomph happening in it, and a lot more presence to get things done, but in as Lao Tzu would say, a doing without doing. It means it's so much fun to do, it doesn't feel like doing. You're doing, and you're doing tons of stuff, and you're doing all kinds of things, but it's not work anymore. Yeah, and that's one of the good downsides of it. I should call it an upside, but it's a downside because it has to do with doing. So I'm really enjoying feeling my being through my heart, just sitting with everybody right now. It just feels really just very full and present in my heart, and very strong, and very supported, and very reciprocated, like everybody else is in that, has that same presence and supportiveness. So this is a little bit of, I don't know, it never, and this is the funny thing too, a lot of times you just can't plan it. I didn't plan for Ray and Shankar and to be here tonight and open this deeply intimate being space again, and start to share some of essence and centering. But Ray had to ask the question, well, what do you call it? Well, Ray, if I have to answer that question, I have to be that question. So, here we go. Can't just answer that. You got to be it, or it's not an answer. So, anyway. Yeah. Cool stuff, though. Cool stuff.
I still might need a little bit of help to write the description of it. Is there a?
Do you want to do a back and forth of emails, or is there an easier way for me to contact with you? Can we do texting? Is there something of a more intimate way I can connect with you than through this email stuff, through that whatever site, the Basecamp? And we can get a little more savvy and even get on the phone if we have to individually and go through it. I don't care, whatever you need to do.
Sure. Which were the options in there? You said.
Listen. Do you got a phone right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Plug this number into it. It's my number, and then you'll have my number, and then you can text me. Oh.
Okay.
Hey. Yeah, FaceTime. Do you have an Android or do you have an iPhone?
I have an iPhone and also a Mac.
Oh, okay. Well, we could do FaceTime. I think FaceTime works. I could do FaceTime through this, but we'll start. Jamin did it. We'll start with email and go from there, and then we can figure out if we want to do face-to-faces. We'll figure out FaceTime and all that, and do that stuff too if we need to go that way.
Love it. I'd like to get this started.
How does FaceTime work on Apple?
Say what? I'm sorry.
I said I'd like to get this started as soon as possible. This feels like really top priority. And at the same time, if folks need time to prep for it, you get it on
there we go.
calendar. but let's circulate an email and we'll zero in. You know, we don't have to figure it out now, and there are others who will want to participate as well. But this is exciting stuff, everybody.
Yeah, it is.
I was thinking as an alternative to a group, or starting with a group and putting on the survey, to do a presentation to the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and see which people that are involved in it that have a spiritual understanding, that it doesn't necessarily mean that they're in interfaith because they believe strongly in interfaith. It's code of conduct when a bunch of different faiths get together. But a lot of them are going to be very much involved with meditation and seeking answers through it. If we have a separate group, it's something that we could have a meeting of the two groups. And cross recruit.
Okay. I think I'm open to that too. Sounds good. Sounds excellent. And you did bring up some true points that make that very viable. One thing I want to do though, as far as using the word meditation, because like the word love, it's kind of losing a bit of its oomph if we do it that. Everybody go, oh, I know what meditation is, and whatever their version of it is. But what we're really doing and what we just did in the quintessential centering essence, accelerated collective evolution technique or methodology, I guess you could say, that we just did is really, the technical term for it is sacred geometry prayer wheel. And I want to start teaching people new words so that they start to get a fresh sense of what we're doing rather than the same old, well, we're just meditating, and oh, meditation, I know what that is. What are they going to do in meditation in a group? We're all going to sit there with our eyes closed. How boring. It's like some people don't have some people do and some people don't, but that's not what we're doing. We're doing open-eyed, interactive, conversative, meditativeness, and we're sharing it. We're not going into state of meditation and zeroing out into our own little spaces all by ourselves in a group. So and you're right, we're going to have to talk, we're going to have to detail out the description a little bit more, Ray. Yeah, because it's something, but between us, I like to, if you want to say something for short, just say prayer wheel or sacred geometry, because it's more along the lines of that's what we're doing with our consciousness. We're creating a sacred geometry that manifests a prayer wheel out of which, and people have forgotten what the true meaning of prayer is in the meaning of sacred objective prayer. It's for solving things. That's what it originally was about. It's asking God for help. And that's what we're doing when we're doing this kind of stuff. I mean, just to put it in kind of more westernized terminology instead of making it so mystical, that's really what we're doing. And there's a real way to do it. That's why I call it spiritual technology. And you guys just had some taste of it, and I could tell just by the looks on your faces, that we shared in that. And it's unique, it's different, it's unusual, and it's different every time. And a lot of times it sneaks up on you like this, when somebody asks the right question and you have to be the answer instead of just mentally, regurgitate something. So yeah, we'll refine all that. I got to go soon, but I'm glad thanks to Jamin, he's the one that tripped it open there. He got me into a heartgasm, and then it was all over. But anyway, love all you guys, and I can't wait to further pursue all this, and questions or otherwise, or add me to groups, whatever your intuition is, Ray. And if you need help with the description, you get in contact with me and Jamin. I guess you and I and with Benjamin are going to figure out how to start this new Zoom specifically for what we just did again. Yep. And start to open that up. But do you remember the name you gave it, Ray? So we can start referring to it as that, I think, just so we can keep it somehow in the ballpark that we're all familiar with. What was the name you gave?
Seeking a Global Vegan Essence Meditation Group.
Seeking a Global Vegan Essence. Excuse me?
Can we change meditation group to prayer wheel?
How about sacred geometry? Prayer wheel group, because that's what it is. I know it's kind of long-winded, but okay, read the whole thing again. Seeking a
Global Vegan Essence Meditation Group, or prayer wheel.
Seeking a Global Vegan Essence Contemplation. Use the word contemplation. It's a little softer and it's a little more wide-ranging in its meaning. Because it includes concentration and meditation. In order to contemplate, you have to have both. You have to have the zero in and the wide out. So just say contemplation. And that keeps everybody on their toes. Contemplation, what's that? Oh, it's not, wait a minute, it's not meditation. Wait a minute, it's not concentration. Wait, what is that? Right? You got to keep things slightly, you always got to keep them just a little bit, because that's what makes people move. Otherwise, if it's too familiar, they just go, oh, okay. Don't want that. It's got to be alive. It's got to be like right at the edge of embarrassing. Otherwise, it ain't new and cutting edge and, tickling you in ways you're not used to. Right? Right. Okay. Love, love, love. I'm leaving.
Love
Talk to you all soon.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Namaste. I bow to the Buddha and every single one of you, and the Christ too, because I like both of them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ciao. Bye.
Thanks, Dharmendra.
Yes, you're welcome, and thanks you, all of you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't have done it without all of you.
It's the collective. This is collective intelligence.
Yes, now we got it birthed into vegan, and now we're going to take it to the next level, to the fireside chats of prayer, sacred geometry, prayer wheels, the contemplation group. Okay, bye.
Have a good night, Dharmendra. See you soon. All righty. I'm going to need to go fairly soon myself. It's been a long day. We've been at it for over 8 hours with not much of a break in between. Goodness, what a marathon. Wow. Well, I just really want to thank everyone for participating, everyone who's watching this recording, and we're off to the races. The rocket ship is launching. That's the headline. So,
Suzanne, we've got a slight modification of the survey. Words are becoming slow to get to go from brain to mouth. We're missing the religious tradition study group.
Okay.
So we can add that one. That's more of a influencing within the religious circles to separate out from the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. So now we'll also have, this was one that existed before, but it was absorbed into the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. But I have a feeling it's something that, because of the number of questions, that we need to divide it out into at least one other spiritual group, and one that's a little bit more rigidly in the religious traditions. Because that's one space where we're going to answer a lot of questions. How do we do vegan outreach with Catholics or with fundamentalists, evangelicals?
And then the new group with Dharmendra too, or I'll add the.
That one we haven't got a definition yet, but we'll. And then maybe we have a discussion with the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and see whether there's just setting up a meeting and talking about it. There was something else about the. I think one of the descriptions was different from the checklist to the.
I'm going to have to check out, you guys. Thank you so much, everybody. Please carry on. Please carry on. Don't let me be a party pooper, but gotta hit it and be with Melissa. Have a little dinner.
Hi, Damon.
Great seeing everyone. Thank you all so much. All right. See you all soon. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna also going to excuse myself. I have to make one more calls. Okay. I'll join back on the next meeting. You have nice and very nice everybody. Thank you.
See you, Shankar.
Yes.
All right. We're gonna take off too, Ray.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
so, do you remember I thought that I tried to go through and confirm that everything matched Do you remember which one I missed? Besides the religious traditions.
Oh, I know what it was. It was the one that changed names. On the list, it is Gender Roles Study Group.
Okay, perfect. I will go get those 2 things updated, and then let me know when you and Dharmendra connect and finalize that contemplation group.
I'm trying to find the new name for it.
I think the gender one became the systemic.
Yeah. Vegans Dismantling Systemic Oppression Study Group.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
It'll make a great tattoo.
Awesome. And then I'll ping you and get your email address in case you want to peruse the submissions too, if you're interested.
It's just editorsnote1@gmail.com.
Got it. Are you interested in perusing the submissions?
Perusing. Oh, so at some point we got to take everybody's wish list and turn it and add people to their categories. Yeah, I could do that.
Well, or I can help with it, but just if you as they come in, if you're interested.
Are you able to see all the different groups right now?
No.
No, we can only see the groups that we're a part of.
Yeah, do you want me to add you to all the groups so that you'll be able to add people to them? Right now it's just me and Salesh in each one of the groups. And as we add people to it. Now that we have a survey that reveals all the group names, I suppose having some sort of a sheet that explains them all separately, like just maybe even a screenshot of what my view of it, as I shared earlier, showing all the different groups, maybe having a bit more of a brochure kind of resource to put into the main Vegan World 2028. So a menu, hey, this group looks cool, add me to that one.
Yeah. I know Jessica started.
This survey lives on in after everybody's been sorted. We share it with people outside of the group, so it's important that it's mobile outside of the group, outside of the base camp. But a lot of people in the base camp will be, well, maybe I'll make it a point to try to get this into everybody's hands, especially the people of interest like Jane Velez Mitchell and some of the thought leaders who are part of the group but haven't really spoken up very much. See how we could prompt into becoming more involved in different groups.
Yeah.
Try to get Jane involved in the media group. I think that'll be an interesting topic for her. She's sometimes very plays on the safe side though when calling out media because that's her peers.
That makes sense. Yeah. I didn't get to meet her in person, but Benjamin was really impressed with all of her work.
I met her a few times in Asheville. Went to the Asheville Vegan Fest. I'm one of the correspondents for the Jane Unchained in Canada.
Oh, that's cool. Nice.
I'm not very good at it. I'm more of a behind-the-scenes post-production guy. Which is funny because when I was talking to her, she's saying, "Isn't it great that media is so immediate now, and we can just turn on our phones and start recording right away?" I said, "I'm a video editor. This is terrifying to me. I like everything to be recorded, then I go over it and say, yeah, we don't want that." My craft, to a degree, is kind of disappeared in a puff of Facebook live streaming?
Yeah, I mean, maybe yeah, it's certainly changing, but I do think there's still, I mean, we talk all the time about the power of a well-edited, piece of work, just between the audio and the visuals. It's something that live can't really capture all the time. So
yeah, and there's a lot of live streaming of Facebook where it's like, oh, I'm going to start streaming live. Hopefully something will happen.
Yeah.
Or finally it happens like 5 minutes into the recording. So editing still has its place. Yeah. Speaking of editing, I took our previous meeting and cut up my chunk talking about the Trailblazers and so forth.
Oh, awesome.
So I've cut that up.
We started watching it.
Yeah.
We haven't finished it yet. Thank you for doing it.
Yeah.
It's a lot less stumbly, isn't it? I've everything in my head, it just comes out rapid fire and maybe a bit too rapid fire. But that's part of, getting information out as fast as possible. It's still 20 minutes. Yeah. I think I could probably do better with a 5-minute version. I also edited today. Was that today? No, it was yesterday. The Deborah Friese's TED Talk. I didn't cut out much. I just cut out where she was talking very specifically about localism and Jamaica Plains and their organic. She was using that example, so I just cut that out. Although it is very relevant to a lot of what we're talking about, localism. But cutting to the chase to how she envisions all of these different groups. I realize it's slightly different. I misremembered it. She says anybody who's a trailblazer is stepping out of the status quo. In my mind, everybody's stepping out of the status quo because I apply it to veganism and I go, well, anybody that's willing to be vegan is already, heroically stepping out of
right
what their upbringing has been.
Right. All right. Well, I think we're gonna go make some dinner. I will get the survey updated and then touch base with you about Dharmendra's group too.
So we've got the survey posted on the site. Maybe I'll refresh a few times and draw attention to it just to make sure everybody knows it's there and it's to sign up for the groups that most fit them.
I wonder if would you be willing to make some kind of, people seem confused about the level of commitment they would need to, I think at this point we're just gauging interest, and commitment would be something they negotiate
later
within the group. I believe.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you could maybe explain what I meant by join the group, or if you want me to follow up on the post, that's fine too. But however we kind of nudge people to do it, kind of take some pressure off and say you aren't committing to anything, we just want to connect you with the groups that you find interesting, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll emphasize that, be it's as engaged or as aloof as you would like it to be.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool.
So you're the workhorse that you're able to do these all-day sessions. This is common for you. It's not common for me.
This is all new to us.
Very quickly.
Yeah, it's new.
This all started from the conference. We had the first social club after the conference, and it was 8 hours long, and it was just amazing. Dharmendra led us on kind of a spiritual journey towards the end, and just ended up inspiring us. And since then, we just haven't really looked back.
It's unlike anything we've been a part of, and it's different every week. And yeah.
Well, now we get to find out who all these people. About 200 participants in the base camp and about 200 questions. I don't know if that was by accident, but
nice. Yeah. Cool.
Well, thank you, Ray. We really appreciate all your help
Yeah.
and all the work you've put into the survey and
Or all the
explaining
base
it
camp,
and all the base
camp
camp stuff.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it.
Well, hopefully this will be my playground and it'll stay being fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
And let us know what we can do to help too. If there's anything you think of offline, feel free to ping us or
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot for helping with the survey. That took a bit of pressure off.
Yeah, good.
All right.
All
All
right.
right. Bon appetit.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Until next time.